Hey guys, Dark Humility here. Today we will be going over, doing the massive overview of the well-known, the Project Diablo 2 late game mapping tier list and infographic for Season 7, Project Diablo 2, which will be starting April 28th. You can catch this massive late game guide for Project Diablo 2, along with all, of course, the build guides that we have posted for Season 7 after doing extensive closed beta testing, done over, I'd like to say, probably 70 to 80 hours of testing this season for Season 7, so you can check out all of those guides here on my YouTube, in addition to all my D2R guides here, as well, past seasons, PD2 guides, and all of the excellent Diablo 2 guides on maxwell.gg. You can, of course, catch me always at twitch.tv/darkhumility for 6 to 7 days a week of Diablo 2 action live on both hardcore and we also play a decent amount of softcore as well. Of course, we'll be playing Teeth Necro myself to start out Season 7 on hardcore, so you guys can check out the action live there. Alright, so for the first thing I'd like to do in this video is thank Senpai Something K-Knight and the rest of their developer team for yet another insanely excellent season that they seem to be promoting here. There's some crazy changes in Season 7 PD2, which I'd like to do a small overview on, just to hype everybody up that maybe doesn't even know there's a new season, which will be on, once again, April 28th, but also to help inform the community in general what's going on in the land of Project Diablo 2. So, of course, there are a new graphics. They have a new glide system that allows you to have 60 FPS in the game itself, which is insane, which with even updated HD shaders, and the text looks amazing with HD as well. So definitely check it out if you guys kind of got your eyes messed up, you didn't like the 25 FPS going from that to D2R. It's going to look way different now, so I definitely encourage everyone to try it in the new season. Of course, you'll also want to make sure to check out all of the changes to builds. There have been several reworks to skills such as Sacrifice and Fire Claws, which are pretty insane reworks. And then, of course, a lot of other very solid changes to other skills as well, just making them a lot better in general. Some rebalancing, some help for Fist of the Heavens for solo mapping because it needed it. There's just a lot of examples of that, which is really cool. Rares are getting procs and they're getting a chance to cast Amp to be made more viable. Some really big changes on the item fronts as well. Introducing new mechanics to make things like open wounds and crushing blow a lot better of stats now, such as making them splash and making them have additional damage. And the bleed damage is pretty insane, so there's a lot of, once again, really cool things happening in the world of PD2, which I encourage everyone to check out. Of course, we'll be posting the link to the open beta notes and, of course, the link to this spreadsheet itself in the first pinned comment below. We'll also, of course, be providing chapters for every section of this guide, so you guys can be able to review any section that you guys are indeed interested in. So, really cool stuff. And thank you again for anyone following. Feel free to ask any questions as we go through this. We are making this video live, so feel free to, once again, ask any questions as we are making it. Alright, so what we're going to do here is thank you once again, crazy stuff developers. The developers always do an insane job constantly updating and adjusting things throughout beta. Of course, I tested and retested guides as much as possible. Tested the latest closed beta patch notes all the way through to the end. But yeah, anyway, it was a lot of fun. And what we're going to do now is we're going to kind of do an overview of how we make this tier list and give you guys a guided tour of the general tier list in general. And then, of course, we'll go over into the specific builds and my thoughts on those builds. Not going to go super deep into a lot of them. A lot of them didn't change, so there weren't changes to like every single build this season, but the changes, the targeted changes they made a lot of sense, and they were very impactful. And hopefully you guys will have a solid idea of what to expect here in this upcoming season. It seems like my tier list is a bit of a celebrity video now. It seems like everybody PD2, so many people, not everybody, but so many people await this at this point. So let's get it started here. So I'm going to kind of overview how this stuff is made and whatnot, and what you can expect and things of that nature. So one thing to keep in mind, of course, is that anything on this tier list can change as we approach launch even further. This is made 2 days before the actual launch of the season, but anything can, of course, change as time goes on. There could be further changes that can be modified, so it's not perfect. Also take into account that with even as much testing as we do and how the tier list gets better and improved, more accurate every season, it does not mean that there's still not some degree of subjectivity. So you always got to also take that into account. Of course, you can always review this video a little bit later if you want to see any updates. There are some expected things that could change, so do keep that in mind. And of course, there's also some immunities that aren't filled in into the new unique maps. We don't even know if there will be those kinds of immunities. We don't really know anything of that regard, period. Yeah, we'll go over starters in a bit in the video to DuPont. We're doing the video, so we're just gonna go over everything absolutely and go into that in a moment. Yeah, you could start that out. That might be a bit of a tougher starter though, Julius, for sure. Anyway, yeah, so that's one thing you definitely want to keep in mind. There's another thing you want to keep in mind, which is that a lot of people ask, hardcore versus softcore. What is exactly, is this a hardcore tier list? Is this a softcore tier list? I mostly play hardcore myself, but I test almost entirely using softcore builds. So I am always trying to test things. Max damage testing is typically what I do because clear speed is the major factor for the late game solo mapping tier list. Which once again is mostly relevant for late game solo mapping for like fully created, fully developed builds. For the most part, they have pretty much all their best in slot. Maybe not all the corruptions because you can't test like the full power, but you can test near the height of power for every build, which provides a very good standard upon which to test. There is, of course, we don't just do cow maps, obviously, for every build. Every build has different strengths and weaknesses. If the build is pretty good at Fortify, we would test to see if it was good at Fortify, and then, of course, if it was, we'd evaluate it. Fortified could boost a build, but it can't detract from it because, there's builds that are insanely good that don't do Fortified maps well, which is fine. But we make sure we have the same standard for every build. They're all very high tier builds, and of course you can kind of extrapolate down from there to like weaker mid tier builds. Naturally, it's the accuracy isn't quite as kind of like with hardcore, softcore. You can expect maybe some things to change a little bit more for some builds more than others, like if you have less gear. But overall, I mean, every build is pretty much the same power relative to the other builds, even if you compare it to mid-tier versions of the same build. It's just that they're not quite as fun or as good standards for testing overall, because you really want to see like what these builds are truly capable of. So on the point of hardcore versus softcore, it's kind of the same thing. I test for softcore, but for hardcore, this tier list would still be very accurate for the most part. And that is because like all you do in hardcore is just put on tank gear for every single build, and so that would basically lower the speed of every build about the same. Not quite exactly the same, like some builds might go down like 2/3 of a tier, maybe 1/3. Some builds have to sacrifice a bit more to get tanky, but it's not it wouldn't be a big difference, right? You just have to tank up every build, which requires sacrificing damage. So that's something to keep in mind as well. So you can use this late game solo mapping tier list for any purpose in terms of trying to work towards those end game builds. and to get that late game power. And a couple things that for you guys that of course have seen the last season's tier list that I'd like to point out immediately before we kind of go over the general overview is that we have some new features in the Season 7 Project Diablo 2 tier list here. So we have now Fortify. We'll also have 2 check marks, possibly, which means that the Fortify maps are ideal for the build, not just viable. So before we only had a 1 check mark or an X system. That was kind of rudimentary, honestly, because all that meant is it was either viable or bad. Now there's viable, bad, and ideal. So you can actually identify, like, okay, I want to make this. In order for this build to be at this tier or to be this good, we're going to want to make sure we run fortified maps. Once again, like, if something is good at fortified, it would only bring the build up. So a lot of builds that had problems in previous seasons before, like, Season 6, they often were rated a lot worse, and that's because, you know, they had to compete with the mass AoE builds and only one type of map. But the beauty of Fortified, though, of course, is that the monsters will drop double drops, they'll give you double experience, and there'll be less of them. So all you really have to do is target elite packs, and then you get tons of gear. And so a lot of builds that used to be crap at late game mapping are so much better now. Like Zeal is a great example of a build that used to be like, you know, borderline B tier. You know, it was definitely in the B tier area kind of for mapping, because it really couldn't like compete very well at all with the S tier builds. But now, with as fast as it can shred a fortified map, it's actually not bad. So they only serve to bring the builds up potentially. But yeah, anyway, so now you guys can of course determine, you can kind of separate between those 3 things. Another new thing that we did is we split the Uber tier lists, or the Uber recommended Uber builds. So we made it here to where basically instead of just having one section for Uber builds, and we kind of just threw every type of Uber build into each section, which is kind of hard to understand because the Uber boss does matter, actually, or the type of Uber boss does matter a bit when it comes to how strong a build might be. For actually doing it, we instead separated them, and I used a lot of research and past season data and current data with how the skill operates and whatnot to determine, of course, how strong it will be in Season 7 in general, but we'll go over that more in a second. When does the season start again? It will be April 28th. Likely 10 a.m. PT. That's typically when they start a new season. It could be 12 p.m. PT, so noon. That's typically when it starts. I don't think they've ever started one that wasn't like 10 or 12. I'm pretty sure 10 every time, though, so should be 10 a.m. as well. Yeah, no problem, guys. Absolutely, absolutely. If you guys want to access this tier list from the chat, just remember to type !S7 tier list so you guys can follow along as we continue to go over this here. Okay, so in general, one thing to note, of course, let's go back to the late game solo mapping tier list and start kind of a bit more of an overview. So in general, an S- build in the late game when you're solo mapping, it should be fairly equal to clear speed mostly. Clear speed's the major factor. Minor factors would be safety and survivability, expense, and gear level. But in general, an S- build should be roughly equal to another S- build. And, you know, it's kind of same to like an A+ and an A+ build. Doesn't matter if it's from different classes. That's kind of the idea. And that's a pretty solid way to be able to evaluate it. We did have a bit more of a spread this time. I actually reduced, so there's a lot of builds that didn't change due to patch notes, but ended up being reduced by about a third of a tier, and that is because they were adjusted downward to account for the fact that we had a lot more S+ builds, and when we did a lot more retesting, I actually found them to be more significantly behind some of those top builds, and to kind of show that more accurately, I adjusted them down a third of a tier. It's also, of course, to make them maybe more in line with the tier key here, you know, S being overpowered. So the, you know, super ultra powerful builds that make you feel like a god once you get all the gear in their ideal maps, including cows or whatever it is, Throne of Insanity, doesn't matter. Or of course builds that maybe can be, you know, considered to be a bit overpowered. That's kind of the idea, is you kind of want it to line up with this. So there were some adjustments in this tier list. I mean, I've gotten a lot of questions about like, why did this build go down a third of a tier or whatever. That's why. It's because now it's more, there's a bit more of a spread there that's more accurate and more accurately reflects like how much weaker or how much stronger it is compared to other builds. But I mean, it's the same thing here. Like, this is like the heart of balance. You know, there's a lot of green here, right? Which is, you know, reflects kind of where I would see a really fun, strong build, something that feels very strong and effective, but maybe you don't feel quite as much as of a god as you would with the S tier builds. That's really what that is in general. You know, a decent and effective build could definitely get through a map at a reasonable pace. A C tier build can get through the map. It's going to be a little slow, but it won't feel terrible. Once you get to the D and the F tier builds and systems, it's going to start feeling terrible. So yeah, it's kind of how that works. Various degrees of terrible and trying to map with it. Unless, you know, maybe like one map. Versatility does kind of play into the rankings a little bit. So if a build can do like every map extremely well, it might also have a small minor factor here that might actually contribute to it. And of course, the sub tiers here, of course, are high and low end. So upper A versus lower A versus solid A. You know, solid A is in the middle, and they all go up and down from there. So yeah, really good stuff overall. But yeah, that's in general kind of how it works. You can of course make any kind of comparison you want here once again across the different classes and take all of that into account, but take into account also the fact that the main thing really is the late game mapping clear speed in the best maps for the build. So yeah, there are a lot of things that might have changed or might have adjusted the tiers. Obviously, you know, we did all the testing, we did all the retesting as things changed throughout the beta. But you know, a lot of things might have changed, such as its relative position. So it might have dropped just because of its relative position relative to the top builds. It might have changed due to, you know, direct patch notes. It might have changed also just due to retesting. Hey, thank you so much for the subscribe gens. Thank you so much for joining Xana's Attack Squad, the Ghosts in the Machine, the Arcane Disciples. You guys are beasts. But yeah, anyways, so these things might have changed for a lot of different reasons. But yeah, they might have even changed due to just the fact that we retested them and we didn't test them maybe as well as we could have in previous seasons. One thing I emphasize is that the testing here is never perfect in any given season, but I feel like it gets better every season because of how much testing I get. I get more experience testing. There's more experts that join the chat and help me out with testing. I mean, I might have working knowledge of like 150 builds in the game, but it doesn't mean I'm an expert in any one particular build. There's a lot of very passionate people in the community that like really love one build, and believe it or not, they come in the chat and they provide really useful input for just getting that even better optimization of that build, which really can help us better understand exactly where the build is in terms of its overall strength. And so some of these changes, for instance, you know, things for maybe going up to S+, even though they really didn't get a lot of changes, that might have been, that's due to kind of, you know, their relative position after we retested them more and had a better understanding of their speed relative to other builds. So once again, the Season 7 PD2 late game mapping tier list and infographic should be more accurate than ever. All right. You know, we kind of went over some of the minor factors. I would say versatility is, you know, it's definitely a possible factor as well. Not a huge one though. It's mostly in their best maps, and since there's so many good maps for every build now, including Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. That's kind of how that works. One thing to note, though, is we also focus mostly on testing these in Tier 3 maps because we really want to see the upper limit of power. Builds that like get A tier or even B tier can often perform insanely well in Tier 1s to some extent, but it's not quite they start to fall off kind of hard once they get to harder maps, even with good gear, and Tier 3s definitely put them to the test the most. And there's a lot of Tier 3 maps, you know, we pretty much used every single Tier 3 to test. I think we used every single one to test at various junctures depending on the build and the immunities of the build in the map. So that's really cool. I think I already went over Fortify, so, you know, one check, you know, is viable, so that means you could do it, you could not do it. It doesn't really matter, the build will shred no matter what. This is a situation where the build is best, and so you should be trying to get it doing fortified maps quickly, because that's how the build works optimally. And just due to less AoE and more power against single targets or less targets. And then, of course, not recommended for the build. Those are usually builds that maybe have less damage, but they have a ton of AoE, and they're just better off just staying away from the ultra high HP monsters. Of course, once again, if you want to know more about Fortify, my loot filter will tell you everything. It's 20% monster damage, so it's 20% more monster damage. It's double monster HP. It is double experience, though, and it's double drops from each monster, and it's also half density. So they are areas with less density where you mostly just want to target the elite packs, and that is how you do it. And those orbs are very cheap, actually, compared to almost every other orb, so it's very easy just to make all your maps fortified and run them, and it helps out a lot of different builds, and in a lot of cases it can be more efficient, but not always. So that's why we have this next to each build to kind of designate that once again. This just clarifies another section we have over here. Dungeon Buddies are these are builds that are very effective for group mapping specifically, particularly Tier 3 and Tier 4 group maps, which are going to be really good for getting experience as fast as possible. So those builds just synergize really well in a group because their skills really help out a team extremely well. So that's something I like to highlight. Hasn't really changed much from this to from the last tier list because not a lot has changed in terms of what would make that strong, but that's just the way it is. And then one thing to note is a lot of people always wonder, you know, what is strong in the early game for starting out? Generally, the stats that are most important for that are going to be high mobility, big AoE, magic or physical type damage. And the number and strength of these qualities possessed by a build is generally equal to early game power. So, you know, if a build has both high mobility and magic or physical type damage, that's going to make it even stronger. If it also has big AoE, it has all of those things combined, it's going to be really strong. But, you know, sorceresses always have teleport, so, you know, that automatically the sorceress, you know, has one of those things pretty much no matter what it does. And so you can kind of think about that from there. Just keep in mind, magic is a specific type of damage in Diablo 2. It is not just all elements of damage. That's like an actual damage type where there's very few monsters that are immune to it. That's the same thing for physical, which is often why those builds they can be favored quite a bit early game. That's why summoners are often favored, because they often do physical their summons do physical damage. And of course, you know, you often have a lot of mobility along with those as well, and they're just very safe. So, you know, there's just that's just a general guideline that I always put there on the left side. Okay, so besides the late game mapping solo tier list, which just basically focuses on how strong the builds are in the late game with really good gear, once again, you can kind of extrapolate down from there. It's pretty relevant, hardcore or softcore as well. Like I said, there's not a lot of things that would change if you had to like re-rank them, but it is built on softcore because we focus on damage testing mostly, and clear speed and moving through the map quickly on the builds. However, we can also show you guys real quick another interesting section here, which is the mapping top 10. So this section right here is basically to give you an idea of for solo mapping. Once again, you know, it's for group mapping, it changes a bit. That's why we have this separate group mapping section. But I mean, it would be hard to test anyway, so I don't really have a separate section for like like an entire group mapping tier list, because that would be kind of insane to do. And you know, it's best to test it solo anyway. I think a lot of people that play PD2, probably most people, enjoy solo mapping. I could be wrong about that, but you know, that's why we have different sections, right? At any rate, so the solo mapping top 10, this is in general, just the general rank of the top 10 solo mapping builds, at least. There is some more subjectivity here. The most rigorous testing is definitely done on the late game solo mapping tier list. Once you go over here, it's really hard to rank builds in between like the exact same tier. You know, it's like really tough to do. You know, I try to do it based on a number of different factors, but in general, you know, that's kind of what that is, and you can kind of check it out for each season. Keep in mind, though, this can change after this video is created, because, you know, maybe some changes actually do affect the late game, and depending on, you know, I have a pretty good experience with how much a patch note or something might impact a build in the late game, so, you know, I'll make guesstimate adjustments as necessary if that does happen, but just keep that in mind. It's pretty cool. A lot of people always want to know what the most efficient builds are, so that's kind of a good list there. So people can just take a look at it and be like, yeah. And it's literally just drawing them from this tier list here. I mean, that's pretty much exactly what it's doing. Biggest movers. So this is a new section. I particularly like this section. It's kind of nice. I think it really highlights, you know, a lot of people want to know what changed from this tier list, from the last one to this one. A lot of people might look at it and be like, oh, nothing changed. Well, this season's going to be boring. I don't see any changes. That's not true, and you can see where the builds were before. You know, as an example, Fend, you know, was absolutely trash last season, and with the patch note changes, it's actually looking pretty solid. And you know, you can look at different things here as well and just see how much these things may have changed. Once again, these adjustments and these changes from the last tier list that we created might be due to a number of different factors. Just the relative positioning being a bit further down compared to the top builds. They might be, you know, once again affected by patch notes, or just through more accurate retesting. They were found to be even stronger than we previously understood, because we weren't testing them maybe as well as we could have in previous iterations of the tier list. All right, here we go. We also have, of course, an overall class ranking, which is kind of it just overall ranks them on everything, not just late game mapping, also like how many starter builds, how many good starter builds, how good are they, its bossing capability, just overall where the class is relative to other classes. I'll give you a hint before we go over this in more detail. These classes are very close this season. They're so close. You'll notice the bottom class from last season is no longer on the bottom. That is a sign that they are very close. And honestly, this is pretty damn subjective, if I'm being honest. So just take that with a grain of salt. I'll give, of course, my justifications for where I put them. But yeah. Even number 7 is very close to number 1, so don't take that too seriously, especially this season. They've done a really good job. I would have said last season the Paladin was significantly behind number 6, and number 1 maybe could have been considered a little bit ahead of the other ones, but I don't really think that's too much the case anymore. I think they're very close. And then, of course, we got our Dungeon Buddies section. These are builds that are good in Tier 3 or Tier 4 group mapping scenarios. They provide a lot of support, and they're builds you always want to have in your group map because they just make it faster, more efficient, more safe. Whatever it is, they just basically make it so much smoother and easier to do. And then, of course, we have solo dungeon capable builds as well. So those are builds that typically have multiple types of damage, and they are capable of soloing a dungeon and getting past even those multiple immunity stacked monsters. Not easy to do it though. You might have a lot of dying still, but you know, on softcore or whatever, you can solo a dungeon with them. It's kind of a fun tier list. Most people don't do this or take that super seriously, but there you go. Or it's just a fun infographic there. This is our starter lineup. See, these are builds that are seen to be the best starters for each class. They are in a kind of order to where, like, I do consider number 1 a bit ahead of number 2, but once again, it's a little bit more subjective. The qualitative strength of this isn't quite as high, for sure. I mean, not even as high as this. I'd say this rank 1 to 10 is pretty good. You know, you could definitely say that number 10 is significantly weaker than number 1. I try to put them in a real kind of order. Also, the most impact I put towards the top on here as well, to where like the biggest changes happened in terms of where they were in the previous season, even if they weren't, you know, actually listed on the tier list. Like, this wasn't even listed on the tier list because it was so bad, but I would have considered it F+ because I remember testing it and just leaving it off the tier list. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting stuff for sure. There's also an overall top 10 here, once again ranked ordered from 1 to 10 in some kind of order, but you know, take it with a little bit of a grain of salt. These rank ordered 10s on all of these, including 1 through 4 or whatnot, are much more loose on all of these lists here. It's just kind of my impression after doing research and after doing, you know, testing and seeing other people test things. But yeah, so this is our separated section now. So Uber Tristram builds, once again, the top ones ranked for each class individually, and then ranked from 1 to 10 overall. Same thing with Dclone killers and Rathma killers, which, yeah, we'll go a bit more into these, of course, but overall, these are mostly determined by previous testing and previous seasons. It's not possible to test these anymore during closed beta, which is kind of sad, but it's understandable because they want people to experience these things during the season and not to get insanely unfair advantages when it comes to beta testing. So that kind of does make sense, but a lot of this data that I'm pulling here is from research on other people that kill them with different builds, checking out all the different builds, all the videos on YouTube as well that are capable of doing them, seeing how well they kill them, knowing based on how the skill works, you know, previous seasons data as well from testing, knowing how the skill works in general, and making some extrapolations based on changes this season as well about what is probably going to be strong. You might see Fire Claws, for instance, here, and I would have never put that before in previous seasons, but based on how the skill works, Fire Claw should be very strong at killing Rathma and Dclone. So I make some extrapolations. I put it at the bottom sometimes if it's new data because I'm not sure. You'll see in the next season maybe this order will be changed around as we get more data, as people actually play the season and learn more about how strong various builds are. So keep that in mind. The exact order of these isn't super. It's not in stone for Season 7. We're using the best data that we have to provide you guys with ideas for builds that will be effective. And then, of course, we have our Season 7 map tiers and immunities. This will give you an idea of whether or not your build should be strong in this area based on its damage element. So there you go. And of course, once again, magic is an actual damage element. Hammers, teeth, dark pact, they're all magic damage, and including more as well. And of course, we have the 2 new maps, which we don't know anything about the monsters in there. Once again, I think they're trying to create more mystique for the new seasons, so that maybe people feel more hyped in playing them, and they don't play them over in the beta and get bored. I think that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it a bit more interesting, which I totally understand, 100%. Totally understand. So once again, for each section of builds, so for each tree, we will have, of course, chapters you guys can navigate to on the YouTube video, so you guys can check it out. At this point now, what we're going to do is we're going to start going through the different sections of builds and talking about them and kind of why they are where they're at. And you guys can, of course, make your own determinations. Let me know in the comments below, whether or not you thought we did a pretty good job this season, whether or not you've tried a build, maybe you really don't think it belongs there. But, one thing this tier list here is indicative of is you'll see how much green and blue there is. I really want these tiers to mean something. Like, I could make an S- or an A- build, an F tier build. I could do it like that. I could totally do the tier list like that. and just make, you know, A like D tier or whatever, and then S plus could be the S builds, and you know, maybe S would be S minus or A or whatever. I could do it like that, but I want the tiers to truly mean something. So I want you to see a blue there and be like, yeah, that's going to be fun. That's going to make me a god. If I get the gear and I farm up the gear to actually make that build, it's going to make me feel like a god. Strong and balanced, it's going to feel very strong and very effective to play, and it's going to be fun to play. You know, B, it might be fun. It might be fun to play. But you know, it might have some problems. It might feel a little slow. C is going to be a little challenging, and you know, I want it to really feel like that. And in the past, there are a lot more builds that would have been considered this, but because of really good balancing by the dev team every season, we just get more and more builds up here. We've added new builds. I've more accurately combined some builds as well. So overall, you should see a lot of upgrades to this list, and it should just be more accurate. Once again, don't be too concerned if something dropped a third of a tier. It's just because relative positioning is important, so you guys get a more clear idea of what's going on. Like an A minus build will be, you know, it'll have a noticeable difference from an A build, right? But it won't be insane. You should be able to see a very noticeable difference though between an A minus and an S minus build though. That should be pretty noticeable. It's pretty dang noticeable, but at the same time, it's not so huge, right? That's why it's only one tier. They're really a lot closer than you think. If you actually test all these builds against each other, they really are closer than a lot of people realize. So that's why they're only, you know, that's why there's so many builds that are just a third of a tier weaker than other builds, because they really are that close. But it's noticeable. As long as it's a third of a tier lower or higher, it's noticeable. So that's about it. Right. You want to read it yourself? Read it yourself. Just pull up the link, man. Absolutely. Okay, so here you go. Yeah, so remember, we'll be posting the link in the actual video. You guys, of course, can view it for yourself. This is mostly for listening, not for viewing pleasure. Obviously, I have to scroll a lot sometimes to go here and there, but there you go. Okay, anyway. You can always, of course, view it yourself. Alright, so what we're going to do here now is Sorceress builds. Let's talk about Nova. So Nova did not actually change much this season. So Nova is still insanely strong. It was considered the strongest mapper last season, but because of the introduction of some new ones and some retesting of some old ones, including the retesting of some old ones but with new approaches, I wouldn't consider Nova quite as consistent as some of these other builds anymore. So it's gone down by a third, but it's still just as strong. It is crazy. The fact that Nova is an S tier build really shows you the caliber of builds at the very top end of the bracket, which are all about the same strength. You really try to make S plus the maximum strength. Every build that's S plus is about the same strength, and that's one of the reasons for the downward adjustment. But yeah, Nova's still looking very good. Self-Aware Infinity, Storm Spire on the Mercenary, and it's going to crush. Charge Bolt will absolutely shred. The big weakness of this build is you have to stand kind of in one place and fire tons of bolts, but it absolutely shreds. I could even consider this an S minus build. It's kind of borderline. It's almost like in that overpowered range. That's how strong it is. Very underrated build. You get a lot of negative enemy light res, though. You get a lot of faster cast rate, and this thing is going to shred just like Nova. 200 FCR, whatever. It's going to absolutely shred. 200 FCR Chain Lightning. Also really insane for teleport speed. Of course, you know, 194 FCR in the case of this, but 200 for teleport. Those are both very good builds. You could use Make Song's Lesson. You could use Infinity on the Mercenary on this build because you're not stomping in the middle and getting that static field from that Storm Spire. But yeah, it's still insanely strong. One thing I should mention, by the way, is if you guys want to know how many of these builds are actually created, I have a build guide on my YouTube for almost every build now for mapping, even from previous seasons. So I have like 20 now for just this season alone. But there's so many that are still very accurate from previous seasons that you guys can, of course, refer to most of these guides. Of course, not perfect accuracy in a lot of cases, but if you have no idea how to build these builds, That's definitely what you should look at for sure. You know, typically you're going to want to get negative enemy res for whatever the element is. You know, that could be from amplify damage for a physical build, for instance. It can be facets, it can be conviction aura for whatever the build is for the element, if it's cold, fire, or lightning. It could be lower resistance if it's poison, which isn't affected by conviction aura. It could be a lot of things. And then, of course, you want to make sure you have like a really high, faster cast rate breakpoint. And then you want to try to get as many plus skills or just percent damage from large harms as possible. And then from there, you kind of balance survivability stats and things like that. That's the general idea of how to build any of these things. But, you know, if you want to learn, of course, more about how to build any kind of build and what items are available to you, definitely check those resources out. Other people have also created lots of amazing guides on YouTube, not just myself. So check out other content creators as well to learn more about how to build these builds. Anyway, so Zeal Bearer Vengeance. Zeal AoE was increased a little bit, so it was adjusted up. It's still a little clunky though. Zeal is just a lot slower on a Sorceress, and it's hard to make it fast or not quite as clunky. Bear, you know, you have a transformation that goes in and out. But overall, it's still a solid build, and if you focus on Fortify, the enormous amount of damage from Double Dreams, which a lot of these approaches are Double Dream builds, will be particularly powerful here. Chain Lightning and Lightning, of course, will continue to shred maps as well, if I didn't already say. Absolutely insane speed. Obviously not quite as insane as Nova, which will just stomp everything, but still very insane speed in that regard. So let's talk about Frost Nova a bit. Frost Nova is looking about the same. Kind of like Nova, it received nerfs last season, but it's unlike Nova, you can't really get as much energy shield. See, like Telekinesis is an actual synergy for Nova, which makes it more likely to get more damage. There's also Static Field, which lowers negative res even more, which makes, and of course the fact that lightning immunities are easier to break, whereas with Frost Nova, there's a bit more limitations to the actual skill itself, but it's almost as fast as Nova. Maybe not quite. But I would definitely put it in the upper end of the bracket, those god tier builds for sure. You're going to feel like a god on any Nova Sorc still, even without a lot of changes in Season 7 to any Sorceress builds. That's kind of the general theme, is a lot of these are just adjusting downward relative to some of these even stronger, even more consistent builds. But some of them, they're all still super insanely strong, and there's nothing wrong with it, just in general. But yeah, I mean, you can go, you know, with Frost Nova, you can go Fathom, you can go Medusa's Gaze, you can go Doom. It doesn't really matter. There's a lot of things you can do in your main weapon setup. Frozen Orb, you can use pretty similar setups. This ability did get its late game scaling increase and its base damage reduced, so definitely keep that in mind. However, yeah, so absolutely the case indeed. Very, very strong build. It absolutely like melts monsters, and since it's based on cast speed, if you guys don't know, you can just like spam Frozen Orbs and it just crushes absolutely everything. It's still crushing at about the same rate despite changes this season, so just keep that in mind and look out for that insanely awesome skill. You can do it any type of map. Very good. Ice Barrage didn't change at all this season. It was just mostly adjusted downward to compensate for the fact that we want to provide a more accurate depiction of how far it is behind the top builds. Once again, Blizzard did change a bit, and it got a little bit of extra damage, but it's almost unnoticeable. However, once you do get that better gear, you can see that it does a lot more damage, and it does so much damage that it will crush really high HP enemies. Because it does so much concentrated damage in one area, so that's why I definitely recommend Fortify with that particular skill because of how it works. You can also use Ice Barrage on top of Blizzard as well, not just Ice Blast, so Blizzard in general can be very, very, very strong. Of course, just Ice Barrage and just the Blizzard skill itself are very strong if you use them separated from one another and use the Ice Bolt approach for bosses. Either way, both very strong skills. And this was mostly just adjusted downward to account for the fact that it is further behind the very top builds and to give you a bit more of a accurate picture of how far it is behind. Glacial Spike, same thing. Oddly enough, you can just go pure Glacial Spike as of last season, and you can actually smash the monsters, but it's not insanely fast. It doesn't have nearly as much AoE as like Ice Barrage and Blizzard. Alright, so this one's actually kind of interesting. So Cold Enchant, I will admit that I had no idea. So Cold Enchant was buffed in previous seasons. I never tested it because I figured, well, Cold Enchant clearly doesn't do as much damage as Fire Enchant with no gear. So how would this ever be an approach in the late game? So this is actually a new build that's been added to the tier list. Basically, I tested a pure Cold Enchant approach using, negative enemy res cold facets, using a lot of attack speed in general, fanaticism approach, I believe, on the mercenary, and just getting a lot of this attack speed, putting as many facets as possible into your gear, Night Wings, Widowmaker, multiple shot, and oddly enough, it actually scales really well in the late game. I didn't, I just assumed it didn't, so I didn't bother testing it last time. And apparently it scales even better than Fire Enchant by a lot. As a matter of fact, unlike Fire Enchant, where you really need the pre-buff for it to do any amount of damage, you don't even need much pre-buff. And it's basically a tele multi-shot. And even though, multiple shot can, run about as fast as you can tele, which is why they're about the same. Multiple shot may be doing more damage in more scenarios because cold can't kill quite as many monster types. But the fact that you can tele and kind of fire makes it pretty much just as smooth as a normal multi-shot Zon. Honestly, it felt very similar. So yeah, you could totally go a Cold Enchant multi-shot Sorceress, and it's very, very powerful. I felt very strong using that. It was very fast. Move through the map very quickly. A+ is a great rating, and in general, it just means that it's going to feel very, very smooth and very strong when it's moving through the map. None of these things in the fire category at all changed this season. They are mostly adjusted downward, and keep in mind that when we adjusted them downward, we did often retest all of these as well. Not all of them, but every time we retested them, they were found to actually feel like that new downward adjustment. So it makes sense. Obviously, the cooldown being the big issue with this, even though it being a very strong skill. Meteor is much better than it ever has been. Still a little clunky, but it will definitely crush a lot of maps. Particularly things like Cows and Shadows of Westmarch. So there's just a lot of things that can crush. Actually, not Shadows of Westmarch on that one. What's the one without the fire enemies? I could probably do it's like Torahan Jungle, stuff like that. But in general, once again, we mostly test tier 3 maps, but it doesn't matter. They're still very strong. Hydra is still, it's still not insanely great at actually mapping. Main problem being that they're trying to keep it down for Dclone and whatnot. A lot of the reason why builds maybe aren't as strong at mapping is because they're extremely strong at this. So keep that in mind, that even when these builds, once again, are maybe not as good here, they're usually a lot better here. And so that's typically one of the balance problems of PD2, is a lot of the times they'll hit a build pretty hard, and they'll be like, why? It wasn't even mapping very well to begin with, or it was perfectly balanced for mapping, and now it sucks. Well, the reason being is it's actually supposed to be it's actually supposed to be used for that. Now, to be fair, an effective build is still an effective build, right? Still an effective build. It is still going to feel like you can move through the map and it's not super challenging. But it's going to be slower, right? It's going to be quite a bit slower. Compare a B to an S+ build, you will feel just how much slower it is, for sure. But it'll be very noticeable. But still very interesting to know. This is still pretty terrible for mapping, but I honestly feel like these skills are mostly just single target, if you want to use them that way. So keep that in mind. You'll notice that they're actually listed here on the Sorceress under starters. So there you go. They can be used for bossing. Fire Enchant multi-shot is the one that I would always keep testing, which is why I had it only as one build. I split it into Cold Enchant and Fire Enchant. If you mostly focus on Fire Enchant, it will be a much weaker approach, which is odd. I would have never thought that until I tested it this season, so Yeah, it's not only do you need pre-buff, but without pre-buff, it's really weak. And with pre-buff, it's, you know, it's passable, right? It's okay, but I would definitely go for the cold enchant approach if you guys can. All right, so let's go over the Druid builds a bit here. So we actually have Wind here. So wait just a second here. I'll be sticking to PD2 this season. Grim Reaper. The D2R ladder reset is too close to the PD2 reset. It's just after, pretty much. There was very little notice, and honestly, there was already a reset in D2R about like 2.5, 3 months ago. So yeah, I'm not going to be super focused on the D2R stuff. There's also the D4 stuff coming up, which we'll be doing all of course. But yeah. Okay, so we have Wind here. Wind is very, very strong, as you guys probably already know. But from previous iterations of the tier list, Wind is absolutely insane. It absolutely just crushes maps, dude. Sorry for the clearing of the throat. Oh, man. I guess talking a lot's getting to me a little bit. Anyway, yeah, Wind is really, really insane. So, Wind just really crushes through maps. It moves through maps incredibly quickly. You have so much mobility, which really plays into map clearing speed. It's free mobility too, unlike the Necromancer where you have to sacrifice life. Brimstone Rain is probably the best approach most of the time, but there's also the Horizons approach, and it just absolutely flattens maps with Twister. It's insanely fast, insanely smooth. It's honestly, you know, if you compare it to its best maps to Nova, it's moving at about the same pace, and with readjustment and retesting, that appears to be pretty obvious. It might only be like a smidge below Nova, as you'll see on the top 10 there, but yeah, it's pretty insane. If you guys haven't tried Wind Druid before, definitely try it. Arctic Blast seems to be buffed pretty much every season. I don't know. I don't remember a season when this hasn't been buffed, but it has been retested. This is actually a featured video on YouTube. I forgot to mention Blizzard is one of my featured season 7 videos as well. This one, of course, will be a featured 7 one, where I show you guys how to move very quickly through the map using Arctic Blast and Hurricane. Cold Druid is very strong. It is a little clunky because you kind of have to wait for the Hurricane ticks to really get that big AoE to be taken into account. So for solo mapping, it might not be quite as insane. Oddly enough, though, for debuffing that negative cold res from Arctic Blast, that's probably decent for group mapping, though. And just remember to have those meat shield summons, just like with Wind. It really makes everything so much smoother. This is like one of my favorite builds, and of course this one's also featured on my YouTube, the Fire Physical Volcano Molten Boulder Armageddon build. I'm going to be playing Necromancer this season to become one. But yeah, Fire. Fire is really good. Fire is really insane, so spamming Volcano, spamming Molten Boulder, spamming Armageddon, you just absolutely melt the entire room with this stuff. It's kind of nuts. Spamming the bowling Druid is insane. You can just mostly focus on Volcano, will be almost just as strong. You can use them in between each other. What's really interesting about this build this season, though, is that the Act 4 Mercenary, so the new Mercenary will actually provide you with a yeah, you can totally ask questions while I'm doing this. It is a live YouTube video, and you can ask questions while we're doing this. There will be chapters, so people don't have to wait for you guys' questions. They can skip, of course, if they want. But yeah. Anyway, so yeah, so this build here, the new Act 4 Merc allows you to have both amplify damage and the Conviction Aura. So this is a new mercenary that they created for Season 7. Something I forgot to mention when I was mentioning some of the big changes. But yeah, like, really insane stuff. Getting both Conviction and Amplify damage on the same mercenary, because those two things are perfect for this build. Fire and physical damage, both benefiting from it a crazy amount. This build pumps out insane damage. It's got crazy mobility with 163 FCR. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. I definitely recommend you guys trying that build. If you guys haven't. It's going to be at the top end of GG builds for sure in this season. This particular approach hasn't really been affected by anything this season. This is a pure fire, fissure, firestorm. You know, those particular skills synergize really well with each other as well. I don't personally think this particular approach is insanely good or anything, but it's good. Fissure is obviously going to be super strong. The problem though is that it's going to be a bit more limited in your AoE than this approach, and you do build differently for it. So like you would use Brimstone Rain for this. You would use other items for this, you know, maybe Earthshaker with facets, things like that. I just think the combination of the fire physical approach and mostly focusing on spamming these skills as opposed to these skills is really going to be your top approach for the fire druid. But feel free to try both, and they're both solid approaches. So obviously A+ is it's not slacking, right? That's a very strong build. Shockwave. So Shockwave hasn't changed this season at all. I'm going to try to keep my cursor still, especially while I'm talking about the builds. I know I was doing the overview. I was doing that a bit more just to, you know, kind of show you guys, you know, the whole breadth of this thing here. But anyway, we do this. Shockwave. Shockwave is very strong. Shockwave is a physical damage build. If you have like a Wrath on a Mercenary, or you know, something as cheap as a Wildwood Stringbow, it's going to be very strong for proccing Amp, and it has pretty good AoE. The main problem that makes this build weaker significantly than like other builds when it comes down to like how fast it can map is its mobility. You're a bear, 1, so you can't teleport. And 2, while you're casting Shockwave, you're kind of sitting in one spot. It's kind of like a strafe type skill, right? And of course, you know, its AoE isn't insane, so you can't hit absolutely everything with it. But it is pretty big. So it's good, but mobility really is what really crushes a lot of these builds, or maybe limited AoE in some cases of some of these builds. It will affect it a bit, despite the existence of fortified maps. Fortified maps can't totally make up for the fact that some builds can just shred the max density maps and take down all of the monsters in a kind of a machine gun like style. So that's you know, cutting them all down is still going to be more efficient than targeting fewer monsters. But the thing about Shockwave though is I actually think you maybe could do Fortify, but I wouldn't recommend it because the damage isn't quite as high either, especially until you get the Amp. So you're better off just stunning as many monsters as possible. With a lack of mobility, it's also hard to move between elite packs, which is why we don't recommend Fortify on that one. But there you have it. Okay. Anyway, very strong build. You get a lot of faster cast rate. It's based on FCR. It's a lot of fun. I believe I have a... Do I have a... I might have a build guide, actually, for this from last season. I believe I do. Yeah, so once again, last season build guides, or Season 5, or even Season 4 build guides in a lot of cases will be very accurate still. Check them out on my YouTube and from other creators. We have the Wolf Rabies. So, alright. What do I say about Rabies? Alright, so this could change, believe it or not. So this is one of the ones that we're actually expecting to see maybe a small change. They tried nerfing it already twice in the beta. Yeah, twice. They nerfed the items, so Plague Bearer and Grief. The negative enemy poison res. They nerfed the plus skills. They nerfed the synergies. And yet, after playing it a lot last season, more than I played it when I tested it in the beta, to be honest, I tested it a lot more this beta, and of course I played it a lot more. It was very clear to me that I was wrong to not put Rabies at number... I put it at number 3. I was wrong not to put it way at number 1. So far at number 1, in fact, that we should have pushed all the tiers down last season, and it should have been stronger than Nova, which it is. So with more testing, it's just insane. Like, you just tag a monster and like everything drops around you. And the more density you have, it's just crazy. It drops pretty much instantaneously. It just spreads so fast. and then you can just hit the next pack, and then everything just dies. It's just flattened. Unfortunately, even with the damage nerfs, it's still pretty much doing this for solo mapping. So once again, this is a solo mapping tier list. Obviously, a damage hit is going to take a hit to its group mapping capability. But the thing is for solo mapping, like there's not another build that really truly competes with it. I mean, any of the other S plus builds compete with it enough now. I would say with the nerfs, it's not like a whole third of a tier above, or even 2/3 of a tier above other builds like it might have been last season. I don't think so anymore. I think it's comparable to our other S plus designations here on this tier list now, but it's like, yeah, it's just so ridiculous still. However, this could change. There is a rumor going in the works that they're planning yet another nerf for this. So keep an eye out on this. Keep an eye out on the top 10. It might change. I can't test it at this point because obviously the beta is over. But I would be willing to say, if we see a sizable change that looks like it will impact the late game, I will adjust it downward accordingly. But really, the real power of this build comes from the speed of the spread and just how fast that insane amount of damage is pumped out. Like the damage, it just had so much excess damage that its solo mapping capability won't be affected by a little bit of a damage nerf. So we'll have to see what comes through. If it's another small damage nerf, I might even keep it how it is and maybe just drop it a little bit below some of the other S plus builds. But you can definitely expect Rabies to still possibly be a force in this season. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Did we ever figure out its base level amp? I believe it's 31 for the Act 4 Merc. It's somewhere between like 15 and 31. It could be 18. I don't actually know, Roland Hammer. Will we know if Rabies gets a final nerf? So any kind of build nerf should 100% happen before launch. If they announce it, it should be sometime tomorrow. That's a good question. Are we going for a Rathma kill? I don't know about that. We'll see. See if we have time. I mean, there's just a lot of stuff going on as well. We'll try to play this as much as possible as well, though, of course. I am definitely excited for this season, and we'll do it. It will be nerfed again before the official start. Yes, that is correct, Winstraw. So someone in chat just made sure everyone really understands that Rabies will be nerfed again. We don't know what the nerf is yet, though, and so I will use all my testing experience to kind of get a feel for, will that nerf actually be impactful? If it's yet another small damage nerf, I'm going to tell you right now, it's probably not going to be very impactful. If it's like a speed of spread nerf, it could be very impactful, and so I'll kind of just guesstimate it at this point. But it's where we're at currently upon making this tier list is it's still absurdly strong. Bramble required to get it working? No, at least not for LOD content clear. No, not at all. How gear dependent is Rabies? Not very. You really just need plus skills and negative enemy res and poison damage. But you guys might want to wait for the nerf, and you guys might want to check out this tier list again. Once I analyze the nerf, I'll put it kind of through my AI here up in my brain. Using AI to augment all of your tasks seems to be all the rage these days, especially with Chat GPT and whatnot. But yeah, absolutely. I'll run it through kind of like, okay, what will this nerf actually do to the build? Because I've played it so many times now, I could tell you what it would do, and we'll see if it does something. We'll see what it does. I will adjust it as necessary. The amp is level 21 of the Act 4 Mercenary. There you go. There's a specific. I really wish they would list the exact levels of these auras and these curses and whatnot on the Mercenary, on the stat sheet. At some point, maybe they'll do that. That'd be a really cool change. Okay, and so Wolf Fury. So, Fire Claws. Oh, Fire Claws is a big one too. So, we didn't do a we didn't make a highlight video of rabies because I already have an extensive guide from the last season, which is fine. We have a new highlight for Fireclaw though, and Fireclaw got a full rework during the beta. So I didn't even know they had this on their radar, but apparently they did. Fireclaw's always felt a little weird because it always felt more effective just to focus physical damage. The actual fire damage AoE didn't feel all that impactful. It had a weird synergy that kind of prevented it from getting more damage, which was Lycanthropy. But basically what they did is they limited it to 2 synergies, which were mostly for the Armageddon, so you could have max power Armageddon. You didn't actually need Lycanthropy maxed out anymore, so you could focus on leveling the Ellie skills for maximum power Armageddon, or for Earthshifter for maximum power Fissure proc. And that's what I did. And I have a video of it up on YouTube, and you guys will be pretty blown away with how strong Fireclaw is now. Not only is it, I'm actually willing to put it out there that it is now the strongest shape-shifting mapping build in the game. The AoE is insanely strong. It's very impactful now. You can feel it. It's not just the physical damage. The physical damage doesn't seem to be quite as important anymore. It seems to be more about getting that fire damage really high in addition to the fire damage in Armageddon. So getting Ellie skills, plus shapeshifting skills, plus all the others. It's just crazy damage. Obviously, you can focus more on the fire or more on the physical still, but you'll see what I mean though when you watch that YouTube video. It is just as strong as, in terms of its ability to clear something like Frozen Orb. It is very fast. It melts everything it basically touches or gets near. So, yeah, it's a very strong build. Very, very strong. It's very fast and effective. Could do Fortified as well, but, it can do whatever it wants pretty equally. So, there you have it. And good stuff. Yeah, that's actually a good question. So what about bear instead of wolf for Fireclaw? So I don't have that listed here. I prefer the wolf. I prefer the wolf. I prefer the wolf impact of Fireclaw because it runs faster, right? So I like movement speed, and when you want, so remember, mobility is a very key factor to what makes a build fast at mapping, right? Because that's the big thing here. And so it has a lot more mobility than the bear, which is slower. It's just slower, right? Feral Rage just makes the wolf faster. They're not quite as fast even with hunger on the bear. You could use the bear. You could do it. It can even attack faster and harder in a lot of cases, so that is actually the case. I don't know. I mean, I think for like a fortified map, the bear might be better, but it's really hard to say. I don't really think it matters too much. I think like I said, like the wolf will be faster at moving through the map, which is why typically I would test with that. But the bear will do maybe a little bit more damage and attack a little bit faster. I mean, I can even modify this here, like in real time as we're doing this video. I could put wolf/bear fire claws here. I think both approaches will be solid, and I don't really see that being a problem. I prefer just running faster. I think that's really good for getting Armageddon around as fast as possible as well. But I see the benefits to bear as well. I definitely do. And I've done enough bear form testing even this season to know that that can definitely be a solid approach. I don't see that being a problem. Okay, anyway. Fury is insane. If you still go maximum attack speeds with something like Windhammer, it's going to crush. And it's not just fortified maps, like something like Zeal, because you move so fast with Feral Rage, you will just eat through monsters, no matter if they're tanky or not. It's really good. It doesn't have as much AoE as the Fire Claws, though, so it'll be down a tiny bit from that, at least for mapping, I think. But then again, both approaches are pretty close, so feel free to use just pure Fury as well. It's going to be very, very strong. Maul here, we have Maul is very, very effective as well. So Maul Maul's main problem, once again, is that unlike Fury, you just move a lot slower. And oddly enough, you know, the way Fury works is it like, I don't know, it just seems like it takes down monsters a bit faster just because you can constantly move from the monster to monster. And Maul, you do that to some extent, but it seems a little more clunky still, no matter what you do. And that's also partially because of the frames and the breakpoints on the bear versus the wolf. That's kind of the same issue with this as well. But then again, with Fireclaw, at least, you know, it's the same thing no matter what, so it should be pretty similar. Um, but yeah, you can definitely use either approach and they'll be pretty strong. But Maul, I definitely feel it's a little bit clunkier. Because it hits really hard though, and maybe doesn't move from monster to monster as fast, smashing those less monsters and you know, with less, you know, ability to actually apply its area of effect, it's probably a better idea in a fortified map. So keep that in mind. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so Summon Druid doesn't really benefit from too much here, because you can't really use the new Blessed Aim Deadly Strike on this Mercenary. You kind of want the Vigor Aura Mercenary on it. But it did receive a downward adjustment just to compare its clear speed to an S plus clear speed more accurately. But it still feels very good. It still feels strong. It's just summoners are never going to be the fastest mappers, and they shouldn't be. I say this, I think I've said this in previous tier list videos, but it's obviously in the late game. It's still very easy to get it going and to start mapping with it, but you know, obviously I personally think starting out in LOD content is so much faster and much more efficient for farming items early on, and then you can kind of move from there. So that's really cool stuff, very good stuff in general. Anyway, very cool, very strong, very effective. Of course, Poison Creeper though as well. Poison Creeper is very. I mean, it's not trash like it used to be. I rated it C minus, so it received its downward adjustment this season. I think I rated it C minus last season though, so it was like kind of on the edge. It's kind of on the edge of trash and viable though. Still, I mean, you can just spawn Poison Creepers, oddly enough, and you can clear through your map. It's just very slow. But believe it or not, it's not insanely terrible. It's just kind of terrible. That's it. It's not the worst thing in the world. You should try it out. So I have some people in my chat that meme about this build all the time. It's the Tentacle Druid. Yeah, it's kind of fun. Anyway, it's yeah, they actually made it semi-viable last season. I would still say it's pretty slow though. Let's be real, it's pretty darn slow. Normal standard all summons out Druid is looking strong. This one's pretty slow. And then of course this is a build that was brought over from last season that received a small downward adjustment, where you can use Zeal on a Druid. This is a proc approach, and yeah, you can use all kinds of approaches like Destruction plus Ferocity, which is the item that gives Zeal to other characters, and you can get all those synergies in and proc the synergies using proc the destruction synergies. So remember, for procs, what you want to do is you want to make sure you max out the synergies on the character itself if you want to max out the damage. If you have the skill itself on that character, like Molten Boulder or whatever it is, Fissure, like in the case of Earth Shifter and Fire Claws, for instance, which proccing Fissure and, you know, having crazy Armageddon and having crazy Fire Claw damage is AoE damage is always nuts with increased AoE, right? So that's why this build is so crazy now, because it has all this AoE and it's just super strong. But like something like a Zeal Druid, you know, you'd be proccing the destruction effects, right? And since you have those skills on the Druid, you can just max out the synergies and make it decent. But it's still very clunky, right? So typically those builds are a bit more memey, they're a bit more clunky. They can still be very strong. It's kind of like with Fury, you could actually max out the Twister synergies for Carrion Wind and Windhammer, and then you can You can have a pretty decently strong Twister, but it's still kind of memey though because it's still like a lower level. It's pretty low level Twister. You know, it doesn't proc all the time off of every single hit. You can't always get the amplified damage like on a Wind Druid to make it like super strong. So you know, there's all kinds of fun approaches you can do. Just keep that in mind. Okay. Yeah, there's even things that aren't listed on this tier list. This is not every single build in the game. There's plenty of other more memey approaches. I don't tend to like, you know, list them unless it's the primary approach to whatever the approach is. Obviously, this is a unique approach, so I'll list it, and it's, you know, it's decently effective. But yeah, if it's like a different version of a Fury Druid that's not as good, I typically won't list it. I might list it if it's very prominent. A lot of people like really like that approach, like Strafe Brand here, but that's about it. It's kind of bad, but it looks cool at least. Yeah, it is pretty cool. Absolutely. Yeah, no problem, my Raymond. Thank you guys for all the kind words, and thank you guys for the support once again. Hope you guys are enjoying this video. I have turned off all the alerts and everything because we're making a video, but yeah, absolutely. Okay, so all right, so Chain Lightning, Lightning Sentry, Death Sentry. All right, so Assassin, a lot of things haven't changed, and then a lot of things kind of have changed. Let's talk about the Assassin builds a bit, though. So, Chain Lightning, Lightning, Death Sentry, not really any changes. It just received a downward adjustment appropriately. It's just very smooth. It's very strong, but it's also not insanely strong. It's definitely between like A and A plus clear speed. Maybe getting a little bit of a bonus because it's just really smooth and easy to do that. Yes, you guys have access to the document already, and you guys can check it out. It'll also be in the first pinned comment on the YouTube video itself. So that's just a very strong build just in general. You can get just Trap Claws and go to town. So what's interesting about this next one, though, is Shockweb received some buffs. So what I actually decided to do was specify. It actually seems like you could just use Shockweb and Fire Blast for mapping now by themselves. They buffed both of these skills, and so I created some new rows for them here. Oddly enough, they are very, very strong. I think they're even more effective for something like bossing, personally, which is, you know, why I have them listed over there, I believe. Let me see, do I? Yeah, I do, you know. They're listed in respective areas to some extent here, so yeah. At least Shockweb is, so you can kind of see how they're definitely possible approaches, and you might want to take a look at them for bossing. Their main issue is that the AoE isn't insanely high, but they don't do like an absurd amount of damage instantly, but they kill things very fast. You can even crush fortified monsters with them at a pretty reasonable pace. It's pretty interesting. Of course, you'll see here A- and B+, pretty strong. I do think Shockweb is stronger than Fire Blast, oddly enough. So if you want to go pure one of the approaches or the other, I would personally prefer Shockweb. Also, you can get Death Sentry on the Shockweb approach, whereas the Fire Blast approach, Shockweb is not a Death Sentry is not a synergy. So that does kind of boost it a little bit, but they are kind of similar in how they work. Alright, so a lot of people have actually asked me this question on stream. Why is Wake of Fire S+? And the answer to that is it was S+ last season. I just, I was kind of, I didn't really appreciate just how strong it was. You know, when I retested it again this season and I saw the clear speed, I'm like, this is just as fast as the very fastest builds. So this is just as fast as the very fastest builds. And, yeah, it's insanely fast. Wake of Fire will absolutely melt maps. You can just lay down a trap, forget about it. It'll clear everything behind you. Lay down a trap, it'll clear everything behind you. And you just let your loot filter do the work. So yeah, it's kind of nuts. It's still insanely strong. There were days when this was even stronger, but the truth is, in areas like Tomb of Zoltan Cool and cows and just any area without fire immunes, just everything melts, everything dies absurdly fast. It even got a buff last season, so that's why I retested it. But when I tested it again, I realized that it's really significantly faster than most builds. And it's just as fast as the very fastest builds, so pretty much. So that's where it's at. It just got a bit of it got an accuracy adjustment. So yeah, I mean, this skill has always, there was one season where this skill was kind of neutered, but it was brought back a bit, and you know, ever since it was brought back, it's pretty insane. Blade Fury Sentinel. Obviously, the ricochets off the walls of Blade Fury. Sentinel is more of a single target thing. Blade Fury is typically going to be more effective for mapping, but you can use both of them. Doesn't matter. If the monsters get close to you and you're worried about it, you can use Sentinel, but you leech so fast with Blade Fury. Typically, you just want to sit there and use Blade Fury. The main problem with Blade Fury is it's kind of like a weaker strafe without as much protection from like Valkyries and things like that. But it still does an insane amount of damage, and it still cuts through monsters insanely fast, especially in bowling alleys, such as your local Throne of Insanity. Very, very solid build, though. It feels very effective, very strong. So, going down to the martial arts tree, not a lot of changes here. You'll see that, unlike some other builds, some of these didn't even receive downward adjustments, and that's just because their mobility and the damage that these builds do, whether it's fortified or not, still justifies their position that they had on the old tier list, even relative to the fastest builds. Which argues, which means that it's arguable these were already like S tier maybe. And a lot of these builds just didn't change to begin with. Like Fists of Fire might be an exception. There's still a rumor. I don't know if it's true. It's not really a rumor. It's like there's data to suggest there's still something bugged about the percent fire damage on Fists of Fire, which might be the problem with it. But it doesn't clear nearly as fast as the other ones, even as they keep buffing it, including this season. And it's okay, though. It's okay. But also fire type damage, obviously, is going to need a lot more damage and a lot more speed to justify it. And so it's doing insanely well, like in tier 2 maps. But once you get to tier 3 maps, you start to see Fists of Fire really start to struggle a bit. Whereas like Claws of Thunder will melt everything once you get full damage, and doing even more damage than Phoenix Strike in most cases. But Phoenix Strike is so smooth, it's very close in clear speed, so it's the same tier, insanely close. And you guys, of course, can get that as well. Primension, Castedin, Party Time. Thank you guys for all the follows, by the way. Jens, thank you so much for the for joining Xana's attack squad. Yeah, so really good stuff in general. You'll notice though these tiers are pretty much unchanged from the last season though. Phoenix Strike is just better. Cobra Strike doesn't have as much AoE, but its damage is still insane. Phoenix Strike has more AoE. They're both safe though. This one due to leech, this one due to freezing. This one just does crazy damage. And is maybe even a little bit above Phoenix Strike in damage, but they will absolutely destroy monsters. You use Dragonflight, you destroy the monsters. You use Dragonflight again. Use Dragonflight whenever it's off cooldown. Generate charges. Everything just gets flattened. It's pretty cool. Blades of Ice, similar problem. Not retested this season though. No AoE really. No AoE. Unlike Fists of Fire, though, Fists of Fire has more AoE and is at least a lot more responsive. This is pretty much mostly because of the lack of AoE, a much more effective approach in a fortified map, which is the only reason it's not super far behind Fists of Fire, because you could take advantage of this ultra safe yet powerful approach in a lower AoE setting. However, it still feels pretty lackluster compared to the other ones for sure. Is Phoenix Strike viable as leveling? Absolutely. Remember to check out the leveling or the starter section of the tier list. We have different sections. I kind of did a guided tour of my tier list not too long ago here, where we talked about, you know, kind of how strong everything is in general and just how it works. So yeah, absolutely great starter. Absolutely, yep, absolutely. Okay, it is a very good starter. Yes, as a matter of fact, it should be listed here under starters. Hey, feel free to ask questions as you guys want to. Yeah, Phoenix Strike is listed as the third starter here on the Assassin. Yep, that's a pretty good one. Very good one. All right, anyway, let's continue. So, Dragon Claw Tiger Strike. So I combined these. You know, there might be a few builds I can still arguably combine. You know, you can maybe make an argument for combining Blizzard and Ice Barrage, even though I still feel like these are somewhat separate approaches, so I keep them separate. This was where I actually combined two skills, and that's because this really is the same build now. If you think about it, they both kind of key off of each other. Dragon Claw just gives you an even stronger Tiger Strike, and you can kind of use them both now to make mapping with them actually feel pretty decent and effective. It's not trash like it used to be, not nearly as trashy as it used to be. You could even argue that it's one of the big movers that maybe should belong in the movers there, but you know, I don't know. It's technically like a new approach because they definitely buffed Dragon Claw enough to make it a new approach, so I kind of consider it more of a new build than like something that moved. But yeah, if you use the combination of Tiger Strike and Dragon Claw, maybe with two Stalker's Coals or something, it's actually pretty solid for mapping now. I think it's still way better for bossing, and I think you're probably going to see that happen as well. Just remember, these kind of builds with a more limited AoE, you know, keep in mind the Fortify here. Fortify is very important when you're lacking AoE. You're so much more effective at farming maps when you're farming fortified maps on those. And the fortified is really what's bringing them up. It's really what's keeping them relevant to some degree, even with the super fast builds. You have Dragon Tail and Talon. So this was adjusted downwards slightly due to I believe there was a nerf that happened after the closed beta last season that I couldn't test. I thought it wouldn't affect it as much. It did a little bit, but the truth is this build still has crazy damage. You can flatten fortified monsters with this. Like, you basically one-shot, two-shot fortified packs. That's how nutty it is. It will shred cow paps, just a pop, 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 and everything just dies, just one shot. It's pretty nuts. You really don't have to worry about the damage, and because of the mobility of Dragon Flight with Dragon Tails just keep popping everything. It's super fast and super effective at mapping. And we'll just the amount of damage it does is ridiculous. It's mostly overkill. In Fortified, it's not overkill, which is why I kind of recommend Fortify on this, because you can really take advantage of the fact that you can just pop Fortified packs in the face. That's how fast it is at Fortified mapping. And overall, it's going to be an insanely good approach. So keep in mind on that one. It's very good. Shadow Discipline's Tree. Okay, so something that actually got another pretty major change here. You know, Tiger Strike getting those AoE buffs, you know, Dragon Claw getting damage buffs, whatever, is the Mind Blast approach from Shadow Disciplines. Now, Mind Blast does partial magic damage. Now, that's not added magic damage. What that means now is that part of its damage is magic damage that it already had, and the rest is physical. Believe it or not, it doesn't really affect its speed too much. It does mean that if you have like a lot of physical resistant or immune monsters, you'll be doing a bit more damage in that map on top of amplify damage. But it does mean it'll be like a tiny bit slower maybe in maps without that, because the amplify damage from your mercenary that you typically want, like off Wrath or something, won't be allowing you to do quite as much damage. But, you know, obviously with 174 FCR, this build is still absolutely crushing, like, giant packs of monsters very fast. The main problem is that you kind of have to sit there and just cast it and just clear the screen, so it's a little bit more like a strafe or a multi-shot ability in that way somewhat. And the AoE also isn't, like, enormous, but it does insane amounts of damage, and it's still very good for mapping. This build has been insanely consistent since, like, I don't know what season, season 2, season 3. It's always been about this ranking relative to the top builds. It's always solid, just never like one of the very fastest builds. Very strong starter approach though, which we'll talk about in a bit. We'll definitely go over that. All right, and of course we have, okay, so these are actually some of the most interesting testing we did. And I mean, there's a lot of very interesting testing, but I would actually say some of the most interesting testing was maybe like Fire Claws, maybe, you know, Dark Pact, and then some of the Deep Wound stuff, Venom, Sin builds, and then the pretty much every Paladin build. So Paladin was very fun to test this season, but we'll go over that in a bit. Anyway, so Venom builds. So builds that depend on Venom, which is a skill from the Shadow Disciplines tree. I could honestly roll these into Shadow Disciplines because technically they depend on Venom. They're Venom builds. That's what they are. They use the skill Venom. So a lot of people might be wondering, why is Blade Dance rated so much higher this season? It's partially because I didn't test it as well as I could have last season. I didn't know that like having Tiger Strike active would make your AoE higher on the Whirlwind itself. So Blade Dance is the Whirlwind skill from Chaos for Ascend. And once I did that, I realized just how insane it was, especially being able to double dip into Venom and whatnot. Now, towards the end of the beta, they actually nerfed Venom, and they made Blade Dance a lot more of a reasonable skill to some degree. It's still really insane. It still has block. It still melts monsters as it passes through them with good gear. Heck, even with just Natalia's, it can melt monsters too to some extent. It's actually really cheap and easy to get going. But, you know, it was like in the top 3. Now it's like maybe number 6 in the top 10. It's really fast, though. It shreds monsters. It absolutely shreds them. Now you mostly go like more of a physical approach, though, so keep that in mind. Focus more on the physical damage. Use Venom as supplemental damage. Don't go all in on double dipping on Venom, because that's no longer a thing. Venom, also, the duration has been increased, which means that it's also not doing damage quite as fast. So yeah, the Venom isn't quite as important, but to be fair, even with just the physical damage, charging up Tiger Strike to get the extra AoE on it is still insanely strong. And definitely expect Blade Dance to be a force this season. So this is partially a result of, you know, some changes, but also retesting. And Blade Dance is comparable to Barbarian Whirlwind now. Yes. All right. What's up, Flick Crestfallen? That's really funny. Anyway, Poison Strike. Poison Strike is very good. Except it's not. So once they removed the double dipping of Venom, it actually became just kind of effective. It's still solid for like, you could do a lot of damage in like a fortified map, but the way it worked is you'd use the skill Venom to buff Poison Strike off of your Runeward Venom, and then you would use Poison Strike, and it would do almost like 20,000 damage with Venom Poison Strike. Now it's like around like 10,000, and of course it can get higher with corruptions and stuff, which, you know, I don't have access to all of those, but man, really crazy stuff. Still looking pretty decent though. It's still clearing at a decent speed, at least in Fortified. Bearson is kind of the same thing. Focus on those. Transform into a Beareth Beast. Attack insanely fast with a very fast weapon, and you'll be able to clear pretty fast. But once again, the nerfs to Venom did hurt some of these other approaches to Venom that I have added here in this tier list. Zeal Sin also being hurt a little bit too, but Zeal Sin can mostly focus on physical damage with Ferocity, so it's not as bad. Whereas some of these other builds are more dependent on the poison damage. Blade Dance wasn't quite as dependent on the poison damage. It just sent it into the sky, basically, pretty similar to Rabies, but it's not quite as bad as that anymore. Alright, that's it for the Assassin. Yeah, so that's why we make this video, Bargain Sir. I will be going over that shortly. In short, Dark Pact was retested with more mobility, just focusing on mobility and not totally maxing its damage. and it clears maps at an insane pace. And with better retesting, it has been found out that that build is indeed absurd. So yeah. Anyway, Barbarian. Barbarian, there's actually not a lot really going on in terms of number of builds here, but there was a lot that happened in the patch. So, Whirlwind itself didn't receive too many nerfs, but one of its key weapons, Steel Pillar, did. That being said, it's still just as strong. I don't think Whirlwind was that deeply affected. When you get ultra strong weapons, Whirlwind is going to feel crazy powerful. It's odd that Blade Dance is comparable with weaker weapons, but I would argue that Whirlwind is stronger with weapons, but maybe not quite as safe. So it's like tiny differences between these two builds that make them both about as powerful, but they're both effective approaches. It's very interesting to see two Whirlwind builds in the top 10, but that's just how strong Whirlwind still is in Project Diablo 2. Another thing to note is, so yeah, that's very strong just in general, no matter what. So the standard approach is pretty comparable. The Double Swing Frenzy, it gets buffed every season, and I think finally now I am willing to consider it to be a solid mapper. It got buffed again. It got retested with like really like optimal gear. It's feeling pretty good. It's feeling pretty good. You know, you can use double curses. You cannot use double curses. You can use just really high damage weapons. It's crushing face. It's crushing face. And honestly, for fortified maps, it feels a lot more worth it. And then you don't get skewered by just too many archers or too many blow dart enemies, whatever it is in the sewers, for instance. And you move very fast between packs, even in a fortified map, so it's pretty good. I think Double Swing Frenzy for mapping now is in a pretty good place, pretty solid. I still don't think it's nearly as strong though as like Zeal and other approaches that you might see. So it's not quite as strong. I shouldn't say not nearly as strong. I should say not quite as strong, because they're actually not that far off anymore. But it's still very good though, and it's really cool to see that ability start to move out of the decent zone and into something that's a lot more solid just in general. It's also just a very fun skill to use. So yeah, very, very cool. Definitely. All right, so now let's talk about, so something we can't really talk about some of these builds without talking about Deep Wounds. So Deep Wounds is a new mechanic in Season 7. I think I mentioned it briefly when going over some of the big changes. Didn't mention the Act 4 Mercenary, but yeah. Anyway, so now there's a stat where you can increase the damage of open wounds, and they added it to Rune in weapons, they added it to jewels. It is also now a skill on the Barbarian itself, which is why, for the most part, this is a Barbarian approach. However, there are weapons and there are items, and there's also items, not just the jewels and the runes that have it, that can make this approach somewhat viable on other characters as well. It's basically just a lot of bonus damage over time that is very fast and effective the more of it you stack. And it just melts everything. You can have a pretty weak weapon, for instance, and if you have a lot of a stat, it will allow you to kill a lot of things very quickly. So it very quickly becomes, with stacking, it can actually stack up to 3 times on one monster. It can become very effective against single targets. It can just be a nice supplemental source of damage while mapping. It could be a sole source of damage while not having much damage of, regular kinds. And it can be your primary mode of doing damage. It's kind of interesting. The open wounds does a sizable amount of damage. I have a video up on the tube describing how this build works and showing how it works, so definitely make sure to check it out. By the way, something I didn't forgot to mention, Blade Dance video. I do have one of those for the changes on YouTube. I believe it was before the latest Venom change, but I wasn't using Venom as my primary testing mode anyway. So you can see kind of how much AoE it has. There's a disclaimer on the video, though, that when you actually play it, it might not be quite as strong on the video, but it's very close still. I tested it after all the changes, and that's still insane. But anyway, Yeah, so there's also a video on deep wounds. You can definitely check that out using throw, actually. In general, I don't think as a sole approach, just stacking it on every single item appeared to be quite as strong as the base approaches, which is something you can see here as they are tiered. I just tested them using multiple approaches that have a lot of area of effect. The reason why is the more area of effect, the more monsters you can impact with the actual deep wounds, and the more things you can hit with open wounds as fast as possible. So that'd be Whirlwind, Leap Attack, and Double Throw. Those things hit tons of monsters very quickly. So they're really solid approaches, but they're also not sole approaches. And I really think where this mechanic is going to get very strong, compared to the standard approaches, is going to be something like single targets. You have to kite around a lot for like Dclone and Rathma, so letting the open wounds just tick on them as you stack it up on them very quickly might end up being a very strong approach this season. I personally think it will be, so definitely keep a lookout for that after testing it. It looks very strong, and it looks like it's going to be good. That's just kind of my current assessment. You also can stack with attacker takes damage now, or can be procced by attacker takes damage, so that's also an interesting thing to note. And yeah, like I said, max out that mastery and whatnot on the Barb. It's pretty darn effective. Deep Wounds Leaper, you want it? Hey, you might. It's actually really satisfying to see the monster's health drain out, so it's pretty good. Alright, so now that we kind of went over that and kind of explained why these approaches are weaker than the standard, let's kind of continue with the more standard approaches here. So, Elemental 2 times Flame Bill. So, this is something that came online, I think, last season when they buffed the Holy Fire Aura on the Flame Billows again. I didn't get a chance to test it last season. I tested it this season, and my goodness, it's surprising because there's no fire mastery, there's no fire mastery. There's no like synergies for Holy Fire. There's nothing that should make that aura super strong. But the thing is like you can get level 60, what is it? Level 68 and at least 56 if you're using 2 of those Holy Fire. That's an extremely high level for a Holy Fire just in general. That's a lot of added fire damage. So if you put a lot of fire facets into the build, you add more fire damage, percent fire damage like on large charms, or just flat fire damage on small charms. Yeah, just facets everywhere, negative enemy fire is everywhere, conviction aura on the mercenary. Oddly enough, this melts. Like it it makes standard Whirlwind, at least in areas where there's no fire immunes, kind of look weak. By a little bit, not weak, but it's comparable to some extent, but it melts things even faster, oddly enough. And it's melting things at such a speed that we have just Whirlwind listed here as S+, because used with the right approach, currently Elemental Whirlwind is actually kind of nuts. I have a video of it up on YouTube, so don't take my word for it. You can see it for yourself, and you'll be like, oh my gosh. Why would such a off approach be so strong? And it's like, well, that's just how it is. That could change maybe at some point in the future, but for now, this is one of the best kept secrets of PD2 apparently, is that this double flame bellow Barbarian is absolutely nutty. Yeah, so there is a full video with a guide for how to make it, kind of. I don't know if I mentioned the fire damage small terms, but I have a lot of items on my build with fire damage, so that should pretty much show you what I have been describing here. The actual Holy Fire Aura as well will melt, along with the just fire damage provided by it. I don't know if it's bugged or something. I don't know what it is, but it melts everything. I don't know. No changes have occurred to it that would change it currently. Leap Attack, more AoE this season, yay! And that's been really the main problem with this build, is that it never had enough AoE. I think it got some damage reduction to compensate, but the AoE makes him a much better mapper. So he went up a third of a tier. You should see him listed under one of the biggest movers. Yep. So there you go. It's only a third of a tier, but it's a pretty impactful one, and it happened due to the patch. So just want to show you guys that Leap Attack is making its way back up, and it's a very strong ability this season. In the S tier, you're going to feel like a god once you get a GG item, one-shotting most things and hitting a lot more monsters. I did mention the charms indeed. Nice. Okay, sweet. Well, that's always good. All right, double throw. Honestly, with retesting and with the downward adjustment of everything relative to the fastest builds, I don't find double throw, and with the nerf to Lacerator to compensate for open wounds, yeah, once you get those really good rares and crafts, I mean, I tested with one of those really good rares, actually, but even with more of them, it's going to feel a bit stronger. It's still, with all the nerfs this thing incurred, it's actually not nearly as strong anymore, oddly enough. However, it's still very safe. It's still fast. It's still very effective. It is still top-end effectiveness, especially once you get high damage weapons. Double throw is no longer what it used to be, though. It's no longer the Freelo S double plus S plus shred the map instantly build. It will actually take some time to clear the map with that now to some degree. It's come down considerably, but as a starting approach, it's still insanely strong. And for actual mapping, it's very safe. It's very effective in something like a group map or a dungeon because you can stand back. So just keep that in mind, that just because it's maybe not as fast of a solo mapper anymore doesn't mean the build is garbage. Just remember that. There's a lot of other things to take into account. This is just the solo late game mapping tier list. Emphasis on late game. And just keep that in mind. Very, very strong items, best in slot used for most builds. Already explained that, though, in the overview. So, Bash, Stun, Concentrate. These builds were buffed yet again, and I actually combined them because they're all one build and they all have the same synergies, so I put them into one build because they are one build, and you can use them all appropriately. For something like a Fortify map, it's actually decently effective, believe it or not, but maybe not quite decent. It's still very clunky. Still kind of slow. If you don't one-shot things straight up with Bash, it actually does an insane amount of damage. But if you don't one-shot things, it feels very clunky. And it's, yeah. But, it's actually kind of cool that it works, and you could potentially use Bash against bosses as well. I think with as strong as it is now, you guys should probably look into Bash bar builds. I think Flame Bellow is squishier, less sustained. That is true. That is true. It is a little bit less sustained, but the clear speed is definitely there. So, someone mentioned Elemental. You don't have as much leech, yeah, because you're not doing as much physical damage. That is very much true. But yeah, it's the clear speed increase is insane. Well, it's just an insane clear speed build. I mean, at S they're already at an insane clear speed. So once you get to that, you're at max clear speed. You're just melting the monsters as you just pass through them, basically. Sounds like a softcore build. Yeah, there's a lot of builds that, once again, there is a bit of a softcore bias here because most people play it, so I test and I make build guides for softcore for the most part. I do make hardcore build guides as well, especially throughout the season on my channel. But there is that bias there. There are some of these builds won't work as well in hardcore, or they'll be harder to execute. You might have to sacrifice more on a build like this than on a build like this to make it work on hardcore, right? So that might bring it down more tiers. Like if you made a hardcore tier list, it might bring it down like 2/3, and this one would only go down like 1/3 in terms of like overall power. So like I said, there's some of that going on, but for the most part, it's just a matter of making builds tankier. Alright, so Berserk. Berserk is actually just as strong as Frenzy, and honestly, when I did a Fortified map, I really couldn't detect much of a difference. The skill works very similarly as well. It just has negative enemy res, and maybe doesn't hit quite as hard. And you know, all these skills like double throw, berserk, and double swing, they all use frenzy to run faster and to charge up their attack speed anyway. So frenzy is kind of a part of most of these builds. Double swing being the main attack here, obviously. So just keep that in mind, and they kind of work pretty similarly. It didn't. I couldn't detect a big difference with gear, honestly, between those two for mapping. Berserk, I think personally, is a little bit better for bossing because negative enemy res is pretty important for that. But that's about it. Warcry! S, baby. Okay. So, Warcry here is looking very good. Warcry is just very strong in general. Warcry wasn't changed this season. It was nerfed a little bit last season, but it doesn't matter. It was just adjusted downward to account for the fact that, yeah, it does have to stand in one spot for a bit, but with Enigma, crazy FCR, and damage, and insane amounts of negative res, it crushes every monster in the game. It crushes every map. It's still absurdly fast compared to most builds. Obviously not as fast as something with a bit more mobility and smoothness as Wind or Fire Druid or, you know, Blade Dance, but it's good. I got to 99 last season on hardcore with alternating between two Barbarian builds, Warcry and Whirlwind. And so I used both of these builds at different junctures of the 99 solo map grind, kept going up, and they were both Warcry felt better in some of the other maps, so I would do slightly different maps with it, but it was very close. Very close. Definitely, Whirlwind felt a little bit faster most of the time, but which is why, you know, it's rated a bit higher still. But as you can see, it's still in the S tier. I still think it's kind of an absurd build. So not just for starting out, like in Trav, which is definitely a big feature of the starter builds. It's in the top 10 as well of the top 10 starters, mostly because of Travancore. But yeah, it's there. It's super strong for late game mapping too. Feel free to make one. I wouldn't say it's like the very fastest build in the universe, but you could even make an argument it's still S tier. It's S minus. S minus builds are still insanely strong. Anytime you see the blue, you know you're gonna feel like a god when you get that gear, 100%. You know, it's gonna be a little tougher to make that happen on the green ones, and but it's still very possible. And on the light green ones, once you get light green and below it, you're not gonna quite feel as much like a god. It might feel okay though. So there you go. So deep wounds, this is just kind of evaluating a pure deep wounds build, just a generic one. It could be any skill for mapping. I think it's a pretty decent mechanic for mapping now. I think it helps as a solo mechanic and putting 40 points into Grimward and this mechanic and not putting them anywhere else in your skills though, just to make maximum use of deep wounds is a little problematic though. So it's not perfect. I don't consider it for mapping to be like the most effective. But once again, there's so many useful uses of this, so and they might even buff it further at some point. You never know. What's up, Sassy? How you doing? What's up, Hybing? How you doing? And then these are some alternative approaches: Ferocity, Wolfhowl for mapping. Ever since Wolfhowl lost Feral Rage, though, the speed of mapping on a Wolf Barb is actually kind of crap. But if you stick to fortified maps, it won't be terrible, and you still hit insanely hard. Zeal Barbarian is looking pretty good, but once again, with the downward adjustment, it's not looking quite as fast as, you know, once again, those alternative Zeal builds. Not quite as good. What I like about Zeal Sin though is the Venom plus Burst of Speed makes it really easy to get crazy breakpoints and more damage, so it's a little stronger than like a Zeal Barb. But Zeal Barb has a lot of skills. Also keep in mind you have Battle Cry, so you can actually crush a lot of monsters even easier. Hardcore equals put on the Storm Shield. Not always. Not always. Sometimes you need a little bit more intervention than that. And on like two-handed, I show people how to do two-handed hardcore. Sometimes it's shaft stop. Sometimes it's not shaft stop. Sometimes it's just slow effects and procs, and you know it just depends on the build. Sometimes you just rely on your wolves and then get dungos or something. You know. Don't always need a Storm Shield, but yeah, I mean, slapping on the Storm Shield bricks are hardcore quite a bit. At any rate, though, what's interesting is Phoenix, because of its ED, is looking even better for a lot of these alternative Zeal approaches now, instead of like Headhunter's Glory, because it lost a bit of its amp proc percent. You can still get amp from something like Atma's, but you can definitely get a lot more ED from something like Phoenix, and it ends up feeling pretty good. Overall, though, these alternative approaches can still map with decent effectiveness, which are pretty nice. Just not as fast. They're just they're a little more sluggish than the top builds for sure. Okay. Okay, so let's go into the Amazon builds. We have 3 more classes to make it through here, which is really the bulk of the discussion. We'll kind of go through some of the other things quickly as well, and kind of explain our reasoning behind some of their positionings. So of course we have Lightning Fury on the Amazon. Lightning Fury got more bolts, but it ended up staying the same despite getting more bolts, and that's because of the downward adjustment relative to the top builds. It is, with mobility, Lightning Fury will shred a map, absolutely, and the more bolts is definitely helping out. It gets 5 bolts per soft level now, so it gets more bolts, and it's feeling very strong. That being said, it's still so that's also to encourage the use of Java GCs as well, not just lightning damage large terms. So there's actually a reason to get those soft points. But it is feeling very strong, and for group mapping, it's even stronger. So Lightning Fury is still feeling insanely good. Because it mostly thrives off of density, though. Fortify is a little problematic, but you could probably still do it if you really wanted to. Lightning Strike, of course. Lightning Strike actually received more changes this patch than Lightning Fury. So Lightning Strike, it lost some of its it lost its maximum number of strikes and the distance on which they'd strike monsters, and it also lost some damage. They did a lot of nerfs to this ability, so many in fact that it dropped out of the S tier, which is arguably one of the most impactful downward adjustments here. I don't think it was a huge downward adjustment though, mostly it was just an adjustment relative to the top builds, but it's still feeling very strong. It's still feeling very, very, very strong. It was probably, I would argue, the most nerfed, or the felt like the most nerfed skill though, even though it only dropped down a third, or I think it dropped down 2/3 of a tier since last tier list, just relatively speaking. But yeah, it's still very strong. I tested it in its most recent iteration, of course. Particularly River of Blood is still very strong for this character, and a couple of other ones as well. My suspicion is most of those nerfs were not targeted at mapping, though. Most of them are probably targeted at the fact that you could sit kind of off screen and just do a ton of damage to things like Dclone or Rathma. Yeah, and of course destroy the minions for Dclone. Yeah, I don't know. I think something like that. It's hard to say though. At any rate, it's still a very strong build. It's just feeling slower than the S tier builds now. It's definitely in that. It's feeling like that S plus clear speed. You know, my brain got it calibrated. That's kind of how it's feeling. It's feeling a little weaker. But if you wear Infinity Spear and you still have like Fanaticism on the Merc, still feeling good. You can just run really fast, leave the Merc behind, and just smash the monsters. No, they decreased the damage. So they decreased it, and then they slightly increased it a little bit again, but overall it was still a 2% damage nerf. So you only saw Zilrasis, you only saw the last change, you didn't see the change before that. And so what happened is it went down to 12% to 9% on the synergies, and then it went back up to 10%. So it's still an overall nerf. Yeah, correct. And you can feel it once you get to the last test on that. It was weaker for sure. Definitely. Power Strike. But, you know, it's still a great skill. Power Strike, They buffed Power Strike, but you know, for mapping, it still feels mostly relevant. For Fortify, it doesn't have enough AOE to really justify fast map clearing speed. Can't really kill enough monsters fast enough. But that being said, it's still looking very strong. It received a small downward adjustment just to make it more in line with where the top builds are and to make it more accurate distance-wise from the top builds. Poison Plague Javelin, same thing, except it also got its main weapon nerfed, though, so oddly enough, this one, I think it's Gargoyle's Bite, yeah, and I think that's mostly targeted at Dclone and Rathma once again. Really trying to make it slightly weaker because of how easy it is to just throw out your Javelin and then kite out other abilities. But as a result of that, and plus the fact that, you know, other builds, there's a lot more stronger builds, they were retested to be stronger, and its distance from the top builds, having to kind of sit there and fire these things is going to be slower, but this is honestly the epitome of like a very balanced, strong build, I would say now. Jab is still looking very good, but unlike Zeal, you know, it can only hit in one direction, kind of. It's a bit more limited. You don't have Joust on Jab particularly, unless you use that one weapon, but that's not good for hitting enemies from the front. Usually typically want to use like True Silver and Headhunter's Glory or something like that, but it got its shield nerfed, so it lost a little bit of power as well overall, and of course relative to the top builds. Still an effective mapping approach though. B plus is still, we're not looking at weak builds. You know, it's kind of crazy to think just how effective every build is at mapping now, but yeah, I mean, there is difference though. There's quite a bit of difference between that and like this, for instance, for mapping. Quite a bit. But yeah, that's how it goes. Yeah, correct. It's been somewhat recalibrated. Yeah, we talked about that in the beginning. All right, Fend. Okay, so Fend is actually one of our biggest movers, period. As you'll see here, you know, it's the biggest change from the previous tier list to this one, and there's a reason why that is. So it got big buffs, got big damage synergy buffs. It got huge AoE buffs, so we're talking 20 to 40% increased AoE once you hit the second and third attack. It feels so much stronger, it leeches so much more because of that. It's so much better, and even its main weapon also got buffed, which is Zeray's Resolve. So if you joust into the middle of monsters now, it's not going to feel like it's a fight to the death anymore. It's going to feel like you're actually crushing the monsters. You jump into the monsters now, you jump into the cows, you're crushing them. You crush them very fast. It's mostly just a slightly weaker version of Zeal, you know, kind of like Frenzy in some ways. But in this case, you jump into the middle of the monsters instead of run really fast, like in the case of like Frenzy Double Swing. So it's really strong. It feels about the same effectiveness. I wouldn't consider it one of the fastest mappers still yet, obviously, but it does so much damage. So much damage, in fact, you're probably best off sticking to fortified maps. And yeah, it will crush the monsters for sure. The main problem is that, you know, it can still feel a little clunky. You kind of get stuck in the animation for a bit. So it's not moving as fast as other builds necessarily in the S tier, but it's moving very fast, and Fend is still feeling very good. I made a video for this. I posted on YouTube last night. Check it out for sure. You're definitely going to want to check out that one. We have a video coming on Plague Javelin soon too, if you want to see the current state of that, which is good. And there's also a video I think up now on Lightning Fury for my YouTube as well. I think Lightning Strike, we made one of these last season, so I didn't bother making a new video there, but yeah, there's some new ones. I think Jab is from last season. I think there's like a demo from last season if you want to see that as well. Good stuff. Bow and Crossbow tree. Alright, so multi-shot is feeling solid, especially when we're talking about lower HP monsters. It's honestly a really terrible build for Fortify, so don't do that. But just because you're not doing quite as much damage, and honestly, it has so much AoE, you really want to take advantage of lots of lower HP monsters. So that's just how it is, how the build works. But at any rate, it's still very strong. You know, you can get a very powerful bow or a wind force or whatever. and it's still crushing face. Not a lot of changes to this build this season that would actually change this build fundamentally, though. But you can go concentration Might Merc though with blessed aim, so it could be a way to get more deadly strike. Just keep in mind you have crit strike already as a passive on Zon, so it's not super important. I like just getting maximum attack speed, so getting that fanaticism aura in place so you can which by the way, all the damage auras this season are so balanced. They're so good. There's so many Merc approaches you can really use this season. It's actually kind of wild. For especially like physical damage mercenaries or for a physical damage build. So keep that in mind. Even for like elemental ones, there's Infinity Staff you can use, instead of on the Act 4 mercenary, which could be good if you're also doing physical damage like with the amp. But obviously, there's still for the elemental builds, the Act 2 mercenary is typically king still. But for poison builds, you have the slow missile mercenary. The mercenary changes were actually really sick in season 7, something I haven't really emphasized enough yet, but that's definitely something you should be pretty hyped about. The new strafe mercenary is a physical damage strafer with slows movement. It is so good, especially for something like hardcore. You're gonna see that as being because I don't know if you guys remember, but I got 99 on a Sork with no shield on hardcore, doing dungeons even, mostly on the backs of slow movement on chromatic ire. So slow's movement is no joke. It is very strong and very effective. Merc tier list? Nah, it's really hard to do something like that because how strong a Merc is really depends on it really depends on what your build is, honestly. Most of the time, let's say you don't need any kind of elemental damage buff, like from Infinity, and you're like a magic damage build, and you can just use supplemental damage, or just want lots of a lot of utility auras. Usually, you want something like an Act 3 Mercenary because it does a ton of damage, and you can stack all these auras on it because it has a shield, and you can use like Exile and not even particularly Exile, that's just Defiance. There's Shattered Wall for Holy Freeze. You can use Phoenix as well for its own redemption, so it survives, or just for more fire damage. Yeah, like Act 3 Mercs are so good. They also have like Cleansing base auras, just really defensive auras, very good stuff. But yeah, that's just an example. Like there's so many, every mercenary has a use in PD2, especially in Season 7. I think mercenaries are more balanced than ever in Season 7. I feel like they really adjusted everything, and it felt like every mercenary had an ideal scenario for a lot of builds. Act 3 still being insanely strong for like starting out, right? So like for starting out as a starter approach, and then of course maybe not being as useful for as many builds later on, but still being useful for a lot of builds. And so I think mercenaries are in an incredible place in Season 7, just to mention that kind of out of the blue here. But yeah, I mean it really is true. All right, Strafe. It's basically a multi-shot, but every hit can proc amp, and so it punches a lot harder. Also, with something like it could really take advantage of a slower weapon such as Bariza that does a lot more damage. With negative physical res, it punches insanely hard. You can't move quite as fast as a multi-shot, but because it pretty much insta-kills monsters in non-fortified maps with a decent weapon, and then in fortified maps it also shreds them at a pretty solid, insane rate, honestly. Not just solid, insane. It just shreds them insanely fast. Strafe is looking really good there. We still kept it at its tier that it was last season and kind of differentiated it. It's definitely a there is a noticeable difference between Strafe and multi-shot in terms of overall power if you run multiple maps with similar gear level. It's I think it's important to kind of distinguish that, and that has been distinguished here in the Season 7 tier list. Strafe brand, the meme approaches aren't as strong, but they can still do good damage, and they'll still move through the maps relatively fast. They are still brought over from the Season 6 tier list as well. You have Freezing Arrow, which is not dropped down because it was arguably borderline S tier last season. Monsters disappear with Freezing Arrow, even with full Mavinas. It's nuts. It still just absolutely vaporizes everything in front of it. It's crazy. The only main limitation is once again kind of with strafe. The only thing holding it back from being maybe even more so than strafe, because it doesn't fire at as many enemies as fast, but maybe more so. They're similar in terms of how fast they vaporize monsters, but the main thing that really keeps them off of this mapping top 10 is their lack of mobility. The fact they kind of have to, stand and fire to some extent. But if they didn't have to, and if they were able to kind of more smoothly transition between pack to pack, they would be S plus easily with how much damage they do, particularly Freezing Arrow. So keep that in mind. The damage on some of these abilities is bonkers. When we get down to Blessed Hammer, I actually have something very similar to say about Blessed Hammer. So, yeah, funny. Funny to say. Some of the damage on some of these things is so nuts, but for solo mapping, it's overkill almost. And it's like, it's to the point to where like some of these abilities, like Freezing Arrow, is nuts, obviously as a dungeon or a group mapping buddy, and then of course just as a normal ability in general. It just the main thing really is the mobility holding it back. That's pretty much it. The ability to smoothly transition from the packs that it vaporizes to the next ones. That's why Nova is so strong, right? It flattens things, and then you can move on to the next one. It's kind of how it works. And of course, something like this just spins through everything and it dies. So, but this can't just spin through things and it dies. It will die instantly, maybe even faster than Flame Whirlwind. But then it's kind of fire, run, fire, run, fire, run, fire. It's not quite as smooth, but. Crazy abilities though. Anything in the S tier, just remember if it's got that blue rectangular box there, that's a monstrous build in the late game for sure. Old Arrow, Fire Arrow, Magic Arrow. Really, the only thing that holds back these abilities, in my opinion, is like you can I would even say this isn't 100% fair. I think we'll just keep that A tier because all of these are pretty similar. They all do an insane amount of damage, so they're kind of similar, but now there's stand and fire builds with insane amounts of damage, like Freezing Arrow and Strafe, but unfortunately they have less area of effect. Yeah, I forgot to actually fix that. That was actually A tier. I looked at that, I'm like, wait a moment. No. These actually didn't get... a couple of these got a small downward adjustment, but not much. Really, what it really comes down to is the fact that you just can't flatten as many enemies as fast, and it's a little bit of a stand and fire. That's really the issue with these abilities. And Magic Arrow, of course, gets huge damage. Like, the damage on these abilities is kind of nuts. They just get massive damage, like 20,000 plus damage of Magic Arrow. And, of course, it can kill almost anything because it's magic damage. The main problem with these abilities, though, is, as it still was last season, because they haven't really changed fundamentally, is that, it's not hitting that many monsters every time you fire. It's just the only reason why it's not S tier, right? It's not why you can't keep up with those builds. But the damage on these builds is very convincing. So if you make those, it's going to be a fun time. And they're very strong builds. Okay. So let's go here. Strafe, Summon, Valkyrie Decoy. Yeah, so this was retested again as well with just, using... You can use Wrath Strafe, you can use Faith Strafe to do more Strafe damage, but then arguably you're just kind of a weaker Strafe zone. What I like to do is just summon the most powerful summons as possible. Level 50 plus Valkyries, Decoys, get amp procced as fast as possible, and then just shred the map. It's a summon build, right? So it's not insanely fast. It doesn't like clear the map insanely quickly, but it clears it very fast. A lot faster than you would expect a summoner build if you come in over from D2R to clear. It's even clearing faster than like summon Druid because it's getting that amp proc instantly. Some of those other things as well. It kind of depends on the map though. I would even say summon Druid in an open map might be better, whereas this one would be better in like a narrower map like Throne of Insanity. So, but it moves very fast though. It clears monsters very fast. It's very safe. You're hiding behind Valkyries. Summon builds, summon Zon though. Of course, you can also use a piece as well for an additional Valkyrie. Summon Zon though is especially incredibly strong for being an Uber build though, right? So being recommended Uber Tristram build. You'll see summon here is listed as number 1. It's because you can almost kill Ubers naked with the summons on. Yeah, it's actually true. So yeah, just keep in mind that some of these more passive approaches might be extremely good boss killers, and they're just very safe, and you can start mapping very quickly with them. Alright, Necromancer. Alright, so Necromancer, Poison Nova was kind of adjusted a bit downward, especially after retesting. I do have a video on this one as well, which of course you guys can check out. Pretty recent video. And Poison Nova is still melting monsters. It just doesn't melt them fast enough anymore to really be like one of the very fastest mappers. But it can still be insanely fast in some scenarios, and on certain maps it's still mapping very quickly. So Poison Nova is not weak, it's just not one of the most fastest, consistently strong builds. I think it's still borderline A+, S-, but if I had to compare it to the S- builds, the S- builds are just a lot more consistent. And what's interesting though is that with the new way to proc lower resist, it's kind of like with Rabies. They're actually getting, so Rabies got nerfs, but technically Rabies also got a buff, oddly enough, and it's kind of similar with Poison Nova in that the slow movement mercenary using the pus spitter with the lower resist is actually providing a lot more time to run around the monsters and to tag them and kill them, in the case of Rapies. And in the case of Poison Nova, it's allowing you to cast that Poison Nova and really shed the monsters a lot easier. So it feels a lot safer to use Poison Nova now, even if the speed isn't as high as it used to be before a lot of nerfs have been incurred upon it. I still think it's an insane build, though. I have a video showing current Season 7 Poison Nova. I think you guys will be pretty convinced that's a pretty strong build. I wanted to make a video on this one because I think people think it's garbage now, maybe, because they, of all the nerfs it's incurred, but it's not that bad. It's very, very strong. Desecrate basically just does a lot more damage than Poison Nova. You can use this as a supplemental single target ability on your Poison Nova Necromancer, but you can also use it just for mapping by itself. And if you do so, it's, believe it or not, pretty dang effective. Mostly just losing out slightly to Poison Nova due to less AoE, but it does a lot more damage. So certain maps like Cows, you would actually rather use Desecrate than Poison Nova, so that's an interesting factoid there. That's actually some of its strongest maps are very different than Poison Nova, where Poison Nova is more like Throne of Insanity, River of Blood. Those are a bit different though. Poison Strike was adjusted downward, and it was retested as well. Poison Strike took definitely a hit from the Assassin due to the hit to Venom. This one, it's just clunkier, and if you, objectively evaluate how clunky it is, even if it can map pretty quickly with Blood Warp, it's still, the AoE isn't crazy. It can be clunky with block. Without block, you can die quite often. So it's been adjusted more to fit that. It's still an effective build though. It's interesting how you can just jump from pack to pack and kill them with Poison Strike. I think maybe it's been over evaluated in the previous tier list though, if I'm being honest, just because like it's very clunky. So, but it's fun though. It's definitely fun. You can definitely do it. The Martyrdom Shield's kind of interesting. You don't even need block if you don't want. But the fact that it has more block with really terrible block frames on the Necromancer actually doesn't do it any favors. So some of the changes that came at the very end of last season and some of the changes on this season have hit it a little bit. Teeth and Corpse Explosion. Arguably, like, Teeth is so this is the build I'm actually going to be starting with season when we do season 6 here, or sorry, season 7. When we do season 7, we're going to be doing Teeth to start, and arguably Teeth was arguably number 1. Like, I'm not even joking. Is arguably the fastest mapping build in the game, or at least in the top 5. If we're talking tier 1 maps, like, no joke. This build is crazy in tier 1s. It does enough damage to just absolutely flatten tier 1 maps, and with 125 faster cast rate and Blood Warp, everything dies just instantly. It just flattens them. The problem though, and the reason why it's not S plus is because once again we have to have a standard, right? And the standard is that it flattens tier 3 maps. In tier 3 maps, it slows down significantly, but not a ton. It's still flattening Pandemonium Citadel to a very vast degree. So much so that we're leaving it at S minus. It can still flatten Kejistan's Marketplace. The problem though, and that's a tough map. Problem though, of course, is that it's not quite as fast. So like, it's really funny how this build works, and it's because it like doesn't do enough damage to really quite flatten them as fast. But you don't even die though. You just instantly kill the monsters. It's really crazy. I posted a video of this one on YouTube. There's also one from season 6 that I think has even more damage that you can check out because it has better items. What's interesting about some of these magic damage builds is those plus skill corruptions would make a pretty big difference to their late game performance. But it's also partially the fact of how the build works. You know, this doesn't pierce, right? So it doesn't pierce through everything. So that makes it a little slower than maybe some of the top builds. It also just doesn't do as much damage, enough to like instantly shred them. But Teeth is still in the conversation for some of the strongest builds in the game. As a matter of fact, I think in the top 10, Teeth is number 11. No joke. So yeah, Teeth is literally right behind the top 10. So it's very fast. And obviously, feel free to check it out for yourself. Corpse Explosion. You give yourself enough mobility, you cast a Desecrate, you cast Amp, boom, 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 and then the whole screen explodes. Yeah, it's Corpse Explosion's nuts. You can very quickly move from area to area and absolutely flatten the entire screen. It's very strong, and that goes for cows too. So it does better. I would say it does better overall, maybe slightly in tier 3s than Teeth does, oddly enough. But maybe a little bit slower in tier 1s because the smoothness of Teeth is just so insane for tier 1, so it's hard to really say otherwise. Corpse Explosion did get a buff this season though, so that's why it didn't get adjusted downward like some of the other builds. Teeth is still just as strong because arguably we should have adjusted it a little bit higher, but you know these are a little bit closer to the top tier, so they're closer to the top tier builds, and that's where they belong. And the strongest builds. CE is very good in Season 7. They buffed it again quite a bit, and if you test it again in Season 7, you're going to see it being very strong. I do have a video for this one and this one, so you can, and Poison Nova, so check those out. Summoning, I get bored by summoning. I never make videos for summoning, but I'm sure other people have videos on these, so you guys can check them out. You guys can also check out all of my testing in my Twitch VODs too, by the way, so... but you're going to have to go comb through my VODs to find the testing for the builds, because, yeah, it's, there is evidence of all of this testing, but the problem is, yeah, it's not like they're labeled. I'm not going to, I posted like 20 builds I thought that were cool, but that's already a lot, right? So, you guys can comb through my VODs if you want to, though, if you want to see my own testing on this stuff. Summoning is for people with hand problems, which is a lot of the population of PD2 because most of them are over 30. Yes. Yeah, so, you know, everyone's getting old. And summoners are great for people with hand problems. Particularly this one. I'd actually say this summoner's not good for hand problems because you actually have to cast a lot of decoys. So you're actually constantly casting these. This you also have to cast for Ravens, so it's not like insanely, you know, passive. These are the most passive builds there are. Every once in a while, you just have to cast Amplify Damage, and then, you know, the screen, you know, gets cut up pretty fast. Not at breakneck speed, of course, but it gets cut up pretty fast. And with the new Blessed Aim on the Act 2 Mercenary, you're seeing a small damage increase. It's not very noticeable, though. I retested it, and it's definitely in line with the A tier builds, and you know, as far as it is from the S plus tier builds. Of course, the more prominent approaches, elemental summons, skeletons, they're not the fastest map clears. They're just fast. You know, they're very solid, balanced, very strong builds, and you don't have to ever worry about dying or anything as long as you stay behind your summons. Pretty much, as long as your summons don't die, and then you don't get wrecked. I really like these builds. I really like them. They're very good. you know, fire golems do good AoEs, so you can use blood warp, but you know the AoE isn't insane. At one point in like beta, I think of season 5, that was an insane ability, but not anymore. Pretty cool stuff though. Curses. Let's talk a little bit about curses. So yeah, you can totally go warriors and archers. I really like that approach. I think it's strong. I really like just pure mages as well with council members or Black Soul revives. You know, those types of things work really well with the right negative enemy res. All things work pretty well. Pure golems is just slow as F. I mean, it's okay in a fortified map if you tele stomp. That's about it. They're pretty slow though. They don't have billions of damage, but they work better against bosses. Once again, like normal Ubers would die, you know, pretty fast. Like mini Ubers especially, be pretty nice. I like that though. All right, so this is actually something that I think is definitely a curiosity to a lot of people in the Project Diablo 2 scene here. Dark Pact. Why did I rate it even higher? So I noted it here. Despite it not receiving pluses, it received minuses. As a matter of fact, it lost synergy damage. That was the main thing. However, now when you use Curse Mastery, I guess we should talk about it more in the Dungeon Buddies section, but Curse Mastery now makes it to where other characters can apply curses up to your limit, and it's pretty insane. And also, there's a new approach now that you can use, which is actually kind of insane with the Act 4 Mercenary, where you use both Obsession and Amp on the Act 4 Mercenary, have him cast curses for you, so most of the time you just have to cast one curse, and then you'll blow up the screen. So teleport, blow up the screen, you can spam click Dark Pact as well. There's another new approach, which is actually kind of interesting, that works even better with the slow missiles Rathma Mercenary for proccing amplify damage. So you can use that as well. And then Wrath will proc the amp. You can wear Obsession as a Dark Pact Necro, so this is kind of part of the better testing. And then you're casting Weaken as you spam click Dark Pact. You're not even casting curses, and your Mercenary is casting amp constantly. And you're detonating 2 curses almost constantly. You're just blowing up the screen. It's nuts. It doesn't matter the fact that it lost damage, and solo mapping is still blowing up the screen. Absolutely blowing up the screen. You can check it out on my YouTube. This one definitely got a highlight for sure, so you guys can really see what this build is capable of. You guys, your jaw will drop when you see how strong the Obsession amp proc build is for this. It's kind of crazy, and that's why it's S+. I mean, it's as fast as the fastest builds. It's as fast as rabies. Yeah, it's pretty nuts. It's very strong, and of course it's safe because you can use, you know, you get weakened curses. You can even cast. What's interesting is you can spam click Dark Pact, but if you click like Decrep right before Dark Pact and you spam, you know, Decrep Dark Pact, Decrep Dark Pact, Decrep Dark Pact, you'll get 3 curses on almost everything, and that will just blow everything up instantly. So with a drop of about 15% total damage, 17% total damage, which is what it is after the nerf, it doesn't matter. Just as long as you have enough monster density, it's crazy strong. It sucks balls against bosses. It can't do fortify very well because there's no density and the monsters have too much HP. But my goodness, does it just like try it out in like the sewers, you know, not monsters with too much like magic resistance. Try it out in like sewers of Haragoth, Secret Cow level, of course, Blood Moon. Yeah, you'll see what I mean. It's just nutty clear speed. And that could change at some point, but for now it's really strong. It might be a little weaker in group scenarios damage wise, but as I'll talk about here, I'm gonna mention about the just how strong it is in terms of an approach for group mapping now, because of they actually implemented a feedback that I've been requesting for the last 2 seasons. I don't know if it's because of my feedback. I'd like to think that my giant feedback sheet I make every season has some impact in some of these things, but they implemented a feedback and it's so good now. And it was an issue that's always been kind of present where random mercenaries or random people would override your curses with their curses. You don't have to worry about that anymore. Now it's always highest level curses, and they will stack up to your curse limit, which actually makes something like Dark Force spawn really good too, potentially, especially for group mapping. I don't really think Dark Force is really needed for solo mapping, because if you stack up to 2 or 3 like almost instantly, I mean, without even hand problems, quote unquote. Like I said, you just mostly just have to spam click. Spam clicking might lead to some hand problems though. You might get some carpal tunnel. It's still a little bit of the carpal tunnel build. Let's be real. It's definitely still maybe the most carpal tunnely of the builds of any of the very strong builds. But like if you use this build properly, man, it's crazy strong. Fire Druid is slick. Yeah. Fire Druid actually got a minor buff by the existence of the Act 4 Mercenary. You're going to want to rewatch this video and we'll talk more about that. Why. But yeah, it's strong. What's crazy is you can use an Act 4 Merc on Dark Pact. You can use the Act 1 Merc like I described. There's just a lot of ways to make it insanely powerful still. And with retesting and with testing with the different proc approaches, it's just... having other items proc the curses for you is just kind of nuts, and I never tested that before. So now we kind of understand a bit more about why Dark Pact really deserves to be at the very top. Mosh Pit. So that's when you cast Iron Maiden, Confuse, and Amp and watch the monsters kill each other. Yeah, it's about as effective as Poison Creeper. It's not bad, actually. You should try it out. It's interesting. There you go. Brought it back from Season 5. Zeal Necro. Zeal Necro is using Breath of the Dying and maxing out Poison Nova synergies and using the Poison Nova on Breath of the Dying to kill everything. Of course, you can also get that lower resist in there as well from the slow movement mercenary or otherwise, and get out some golems to protect the mercenary, and it's actually very strong. I have a video on this from Season 6. If you don't know what this is capable of, check it out. It's another one of those kind of memey Zeal approaches that is clunkier than normal Zeal by a long shot, or at least a significant shot. I don't know about a long shot. 1 tier isn't super of a long shot, but you know, it's significant. You can tell the difference between 2 tiers, 1 tier to the next, pretty one whole tier, you can kind of tell the difference between a third, but you'll definitely tell the difference between one of those for sure. And yeah, it's still strong. Try it out. It's a cool video. I made it in Season 6. It's interesting. It's actually one of the better meme Zeal approaches in my opinion. So you can also stack a lot of bone armor, and it's just you can get like 2,000 bone armor with energy. It's pretty hard to kill. And you can have it self-replenish off of Martyrdom, or you can use a different approach as well. That's for fire, and it's because Infinity Staff and Amplify damage are now possible on the same mercenary for the Fire Druid. Yes. You can rewatch the video though. This video will be on YouTube, of course. So if you guys didn't hear what I said about any of the builds, feel free and go back to it. By the way, magic damage, large charms for Dark Pact are still king, so curse GCs are kind of temp still. You're going to want to check those out. Anyway, on to the Paladin, which is arguably one of the last but not least, for the late game solo mapping tier list. It's arguably one of the most impactful changes here. So when it comes down to it, most Paladin skills were impacted by the Season 7 patch. So let's get into it. So first we have Fist of Heaven's Holy Bolt. This received a 1% buff to all of its synergies. Upon retesting, instead of dropping it down to readjust for a lot of builds being higher up and just to try to increase the difference from the highest builds as it probably should be, it didn't end up dropping it, and it's the same as the last tier list because now it actually feels decent to solo map with it again. That 1,000, what is it, like 800 to 1,000 damage buff to the Holy Bolts, if you just focus on the Holy Bolt damage, actually feels pretty significant. It's about a 15 to 20% buff with just 1% increase to all of its synergies, oddly enough. And so what you really get there is it actually feels good to map with it again solo. not just in a group. That being said, it's still, you know, it's solid. It's pretty fast. Is it super fast? No. The reason why they don't make it super fast though is because of how insane it is to do it in a group map, mostly because of the ability to put on any aura for your group, particularly Conviction, very powerful Conviction aura, and then being able just to go ham with the healing and the damage, just all of the support abilities combined with these abilities is insane. Holy Bolt's better for single targets and for narrow columns of enemies, kind of like you know, like something like Bone Spear, which isn't listed under Teeth, is better for narrow groups of enemies. Bone Spirit is better for single targets. Kind of similar. So what I did is I actually ended up rolling Holy Bolt and Fist of Heavens into the same build. They also have the same synergies, so it made no sense it wasn't under one line in my tier list, so I combined it. Once again, I made a bunch of upgrades and obviously some accuracy adjustments to this tier list to make it even better. It's very strong though. Now, unlike Fist of the Heavens, Blessed Hammer does not have a damage problem. As a matter of fact, it's insanely tanky. It's insanely safe when you use any kind of freeze effect, even from just Asylum on the Mercenary, or the negative enemy magic resistance. Hammered in is crazy. The damage is nuts. I definitely made a YouTube video on this one for this season. You're going to want to check out Season 7 Hammered In. They also increase the chance to cast that really high level Blessed Hammer when casting. So there's casting and striking. The striking is still a meme. I tried it, but I was going to post a video on it, but it was a meme, so I was like, no. Anyway, on Acrobat's Devotion, which is the main item, Acrobat's Devotion, now with as fast as the hammers fly and with the increased ability, and the fact that concentration aura is on yourself, so you don't even receive that half debuff that like all this other builds might be receiving from concentration to some degree, your hammer damage is over 15,000 with max gear. We're talking it can push 20,000 hammers at this point of talking. The problem when it comes to not, you know, to being like higher than number 10, it's number 10. You know, it's the only S minus build, you know, after all the S builds are slotted in there on this list here. But what's interesting about it is that it does so much damage. The only main problem is that, you know, you do have to hammer for a bit, and then you have to move, and then you have to hammer for a bit. So it doesn't fly through the maps as quickly as the very fastest builds, but it's among the very fastest builds, and it will absolutely shred any monsters it comes into contact with. You use a combination of Enigma and Joust for maximum mobility to always be well positioned on the build for hitting as many monsters as possible, and it will shred anything. It will shred fortified maps. It will shred anything. It just melts it like butter. The hammers are crazy damage. Honestly, I would, you know, definitely take a look at this. You know, for the first time in a couple seasons, we have some Paladin builds in the top 10 mappers, so you should definitely check those out. Very strong builds. They're gonna be ultra effective. Yeah, for sure. Well, you can't just jump into the middle in dungeons, of course, but yeah, it's got good mobility. It's got insane damage. With 125 FCR, it's just it's pretty crazy. All right. Anyway, lot better for solo mapping than Fist of the Heavens Holy Bolt. This is the group mapping approach. This is the decidedly the solo mapping approach among all the caster builds, 100%. For the hammer, for the paladin just getting buffs around the board. So even though these haven't increased, they didn't go down, and they weren't adjusted down because of how strong they are. And they're closer to those top builds. Physical Zeal. Physical Zeal is looking even better with the AoE increase. So much so that honestly, fortified maps don't stand a chance against this character. He will charge, he'll jump into the fortified monsters and kill them in a couple seconds flat. The only reason why maybe it's not rated even higher is because, you know, it has to travel in between them. It pretty much only does fortified maps very well. You know, which, you know, it can be a little bit of a problem here and there. And Zeal's a little clunky, so it keeps you kind of held in place for a little bit, kind of like Fend. Kind of similar. And that's kind of it, but like And you know, it can't one-shot things maybe as effectively as like Dragon Tail, but it's super strong. I mean, there's an argument to be made this is an A plus, honestly. Now, like physical zeal, you know, feel free to just use the ultra super powerful weapons. It's very weapon dependent, of course, but once you get those ultra powerful weapons, it's crushing those maps, crushing them. It's very efficient at farming them, which makes it, you know, comparable to some of the top builds overall. Physical charge. Physical charge. Oh, by the way, I do have a video for this as well. I also have a video for physical charge about to be posted. I have a video for sacrifice, which is the new skill. And we, of course, have a video for elemental charge, which you're going to want to check out for sure. Anyway, lots of videos for Paladin builds this season, even for the new season. So lots of updated videos. We've got physical zeal crushing, physical charge. I do have a video coming for that. It's one of the last ones. I have like a couple more I haven't posted yet. Most of them are on YouTube already. But this one is honestly, charge feels so much better now. Like it was, I think this is a lower C. Even if it's a bit higher, it feels a little bit better and more responsive. Physical charge just doesn't do enough damage, and it feels so much clunkier than steel because it doesn't have like the craziest damage with, you know, how it hits and whatnot. But if you have a strong enough weapon, this is going to feel pretty viable. You can argue it's even on the low end of effective as well. It's pretty good. The main problem, though, is in order to do a lot of damage with physical charge, you need to use a two-handed weapon. And that's really the main thing holding this back because it feels super clunky, super dangerous. Obviously, what I do in the video is I use Joust a lot to kind of reposition it, but in tier 3 maps, you just take so much damage sometimes on this build. That's the main thing holding it back, really. The clear speed is probably B, but maybe even B+, but the clunkiness of the build is a bit problematic, making it hard to sustain on this build. It's still better though. So something I should mention is that charge got a big overhaul this season, and this is going to affect these builds way more than it's going to affect this build. But basically, they removed almost all the bugs from charge. They made it way more responsive to where you're constantly charging. You can also always charge now at minimum range. So before, when you got minimum range right on top of the monster, you would start normal attacking. Now you're just constantly charging. You're charging faster, so you can recover faster after the previous charge. And in general, the charge just feels so much better to use. So in Season 7, charge is crazy strong, and you're going to see this really have a big impact in this offensive tree here. So we'll talk about here in a bit. It has a minor impact on physical charge, but it has a pretty huge impact on these other ones. Anyway. Yeah. Right. Star Pack Necro looks insane with a Zod Pog. Yep, for sure. Check out that video. Absolutely. It's already up. Most videos are already up. Just like, I think Physical Charge and Poison Jab, that aren't up yet. Yeah, that's probably about it. Okay, at least the ones from this season. Previous season videos and demos and things of that nature can still very relevant in a lot of cases, so you can check them out. I tried to highlight builds that received big changes in this season or felt a lot stronger this season. Builds that maybe are underestimated this season or have been for a little bit. And maybe some other just ultra strong builds in general. I tried to also highlight those as well. Since Rabies got such a huge guide last season, I didn't do that for Rabies this season, but still. And of course, you know, Wake of Fire is pretty boring. I think you guys have seen how strong that can be. Maybe I should make a new video on that one. I don't know. You know, Wind got a pretty insane guide. I made pretty insane guides for some of these in previous seasons as well. But anyway, some I just keep making updated versions of because I'm always fascinated by those builds and they're just always very good. Doesn't matter though. Alright, let's go down to Vengeance though for a second. So Vengeance received no changes this season. It received a minor downward adjustment, which I think is fair considering the fact that its AoE isn't enormous. I personally suggest that there's some kind of scaling AoE on it. I think that would make it a little bit better. Maybe some way for it to bounce from monster to monster. I don't know. But Vengeance is still good, and it does 1 billion damage. So, yeah. It's just a little clunky to use for mapping. That's all. And it's not going to feel as smooth as Zeal, oddly enough. Physical Zeal's on the up and up, man. That's a great mapping build for Fortify. Anyway, Vengeance, not really many changes, not much to say about it this season. You can still go like all like lightning damage, flat lightning damage. You can do max conviction. It's still very strong. It's very strong indeed. Okay. We have Smite here. Smite also looking very, very, very strong. So Smite's looking very good. We have Smite doing, it's looking good for. I wouldn't say it's very, very good or very strong, really, on mapping. Obviously, it's trash. But what I was gonna say though is it's very strong for like Uber builds. So Smite does splash. It does. This is something that changed last season. It's very good for Uber Tristram. It's very consistent damage. Um, but what I would actually say is that for mapping, even in Fortify, it doesn't have enough AoE. It just feels really clunky to map with this. Uh, Smite, I don't think is in an amazing place, honestly, because it's only kind of good as an Uber Tristram build, and that's pretty much it. You can't even use it for Dclone or Rathma because it doesn't do enough damage, and I don't know. I still don't think this build. It's not in a great place for mapping. Obviously, you try to map with that, it's gonna be. Yeah, it does splash, but it's painful still. It's very painful. Sacrifice. Sacrifice. So this is a big one. This is definitely a YouTube video for sure. This ability got reworked in the original patch notes even before the beta started. You can check that out. Unlike Fireclaw, which was done during the actual thing. So Sacrifice is very, very beautiful. Sacrifice. Sacrifice has Corpse Explosion AoE now. So when you overkill a monster, that extra damage that you kill the monster. So let's say you finish off a monster. Any extra damage that wasn't necessary to finish off the monster is then added to Corpse Explosion damage upon it creating a corpse. With really strong weapons for like one-handed, like Schaefer's for using the static field, or really big two-handed weapons, jumping into monster packs of Joust and then smashing them in the face as Sacrifice ends up having really solid clear speed. And you can definitely check out the video if you don't believe me. Sacrifice is actually a solid mapping build to a pretty good extent there, so definitely check that one out. I really liked playing with it. I thought it was really satisfying and fun. With two-handed approaches on a Paladin, it can feel a little janky because you're taking a lot of damage, kind of like this. But unlike Charge, like the AoE damage made it so much easier to crush the monsters, and they didn't have enough time to react. As long as you maxed out Joust. A lot of these builds you do want to max out Joust anyway with your extra points for smooth transitions, period. So you can get that cooldown as low as possible. You can also use Alma Negra, of course, which is an even better shield this season than it ever was, which is awesome. I actually really like the viability of that item now, and I think it's a really solid item. Competes well with Phoenix and things like that. So check that out as well. But what's interesting is if you lower the cooldowns as much as possible, and then you kind of just transition from pack to pack with Sacrifice, you can just use Joust, Sacrifice, Joust, Sacrifice, Joust, Sacrifice, and you pretty much one-shot with this thing. Like, it's just crazy. And, like, the damage just... It's got good AoE. The damage is higher. The AoE was lowered slightly at some point, but you can't really feel it that much. Anyway, very strong, though. Very strong. I really like Sacrifice. I think that's really cool. They made it a viable mapping build, and it's definitely a newcomer. I put it on our biggest movers because I have tested it for mapping in previous iterations of this tier list before. I took it off, I think, last season because it was like F+. I took off a lot of the like really bad approaches because I didn't think they were worth even talking about, or they were synergies or whatever. But it is its own build now, and I would actually consider it the biggest change of a build, going from absolute trash to being a solid mapping build. So not like crazy speed or anything, but solid, effective, beautiful mapping. So yeah, definitely check that out. I mean, obviously, Fire Claws is a big change too. That was a huge upgrade. Of course, some of these other ones, pretty impactful stuff. Anyway, so we're going to go take a look here at the rest of the Paladin builds, and then we're going to kind of quickly go over some of these other lists as well and talk about some of these things. Things that I think are most important. For the most part, you guys can kind of come up with your own ideas and lists as well as you guys go through these things. All right, so Paladin builds. So let's talk about Paladin offensive. So everyone always asked, did anything change to the Elizeals? I didn't see anything on Elizeal or charge in the patch notes. I didn't see anything to the offensive auras. Nothing changed, and you would be right. You'd be right, calling me out on that, 100%. Is rabies good only for the cow map? No. Rabies will destroy any map, as long as it's not chock full of poison immunes. As long as you have density. I show that in my my rabies guide I made last season. I think it's let's see. What's the command for it? Yeah, there you go. There it is. Yeah, check out that video if you want to see that. It's insane. I think it's bonkers, and I don't think I appreciated just how bonkers it was last season, but it's got the appreciation it currently has, but it might change. They're still looking at that one, so that one might get adjusted down for sure. We also don't know if this would get adjusted down, but if it doesn't, once again, take another look at the tier list once it says final up here. I'm confident that there will be no more balance changes, and it'll be good. And we'll adjust, the top 10 appropriately if I feel like that change will actually be significant. All right, so let's talk about these builds though once again. So these offensive builds are actually kind of nuts. My goodness, holy shock, holy freeze, holy fire. The damage didn't change. The damage was always nuts on these abilities, so that wasn't the problem. The problem is when you went into minimum range, you were normal attacking, and you weren't always charging. And then, of course, the time between charges was a lot more pronounced. And so these builds have always never had an issue with doing absurd amounts of damage. You can get like 3 to 41k, like 16 to 18k on Holy Fire, just crazy amounts of damage, right? Really consistently high amounts of damage. So what happened though when they buffed charge and they fixed charge in all the ways I talked about above here, now you're doing that insane amount of damage, but literally twice as fast. Like, not even joking, like 2 to 3 times as fast. And so instead of just being on the high end of balance now, these builds have ascended the heights of the tier list, I guess you could say, to absurd proportions. And I have a video, so once again, you should definitely check that out. I believe it is S7 LE charge. Yep, there you go. And of course, these are all the S7 builds in the chat if you guys want to use any of those. Those are the new ones that are currently on YouTube. There'll be a couple more, but anyway. Yeah, oh man. You can use Ghost Flame as well. You can do it with a dagger and just boost up the percent damage. It's just, with the negative enemy res you get on these builds and the amount of percent damage, it just flattens everything. And it's fast because you're using charge constantly, just running into them. It's definitely as fast as the other S plus builds. If you're using Holy Fire, the other ones, it's kind of arguable because it's a little bit of a stop, but Holy Fire gets so much consistent damage that everything dies in one shot when you really max it out with the native aura and use percent damage on your items. Of course, using the dragon approach as well is crazy strong. I think it's possible to put these all in S plus, but it's kind of borderline. Because, like, at least for all the types, the different types of, whether it's just using the aura on yourself or using the aura granting items, depends. They all have different, pros and cons. Like, freeze is a bit safer because it freezes the monsters. Shock has highest maximum damage. Fire is the most consistent damage, which can also, be extremely high. Typically a bit higher than freeze. Not much higher. Freeze is also very consistent, but they all like crush face. I think some of the other S plus builds, they're a little bit smoother, a little bit more consistent, but the damage and the speed of the damage is just nuts. Just pushing through the maps, you're gonna see those be very strong builds with the fixes to charge, for sure. Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, we don't test with Dclone items. You can't test with them on the beta. You can't do corruptions. You can do sockets though, so you can get pretty close to the power of the ultimate builds, and you can at least get to the damage, right? And some of those corruptions would be a lot better for like sustain and defensive power, which would be nice to demo with, but the power is pretty much still there. I mean, there could be a bit more power though. Fire has higher minimum damage. Yeah, that's really what it is. The average damage is very similar and it's very high. Um, and using fire on yourself allows you to use some pretty insane sustain options as well, such as Phoenix for redemption, and then of course Ghost Flame for percent fire damage. That's why this one kind of stands out. I really thought that this one stood out even more than the other approaches because it was even faster by a margin. um, so yeah, that's why this one stands out. I have LE Charge just listed here as the generic number 2, but keep in mind that I do actually feel like the best approach, unless you're trying to do just every map, and in that case you might want to go like Holy Shock or Holy Freeze. But Holy Fire, for any map without tons of fire immunes, is just crushing. Tomb of Zoltan, cool, cows, any map, it doesn't matter. Just crushing. Map just got flattened super fast. Um, you're just at breakneck speeds on these builds for sure. Very good stuff. Holy Shock, Strafe, multi-shot. So you can this is the Bow Paladin. It's still pretty good. Nothing wrong with it. It's just a little clunky and a little slow. But you know, it's more effective than using Fire Enchant multi-shot on a Sorceress. That's saying a lot because it actually does more damage. It's been adjusted downward though to account for the fact that it's clunkier and a little bit weaker than most builds. And then we have Sanctuary Zeal, which still is mostly just a physical Zeal with a lot of Sanctuary damage and focusing on those plus skills for the Sanctuary damage, which can clean up just as nicely as regular Zeal. It's just better in different scenarios. And then, you know, you just have all these other approaches as well. Now, something that's kind of, yeah, you can use some cool Sanctuary approaches, which actually aren't bad. They're still a little clunky, though, because of how multi-shot works on the Paladin. That being said, though, Thorns, in the fact that you don't have a shield and you don't have summons, you know, things like that, that would make, you know, the Zon versions a bit stronger, right? And then, of course, for the offensive tree, Thorns did get buffed, oddly enough. So we did retest it, and I put it on the tier list again after being dropped off the tier list due to having, you know, extreme difficulties, aka being pretty much not a build. I put it F minus because this is like, it was bottom of the barrel. I would say with the buff this season, and the extra effects you can get off of it, I haven't tested it in a while, to be fair though, so this could also be a bit of an effect from me not testing it since season 4 or season 5, or season 3. I mean season 4, season 3. So these changes, it has been buffed quite a bit in the last few seasons. It's been retested now. And believe it or not, Thorns does a lot of damage now to monsters hitting you. Like, it's doing significant amounts. It's kind of like a worse bleed. Like, the bleed is more noticeable in this, but it's monsters are killing themselves at relatively, you know, surprising paces, actually. So if you use, like, Zeal, Sacrifice, or some other physical build along with Thorns, you're actually going to see the monsters kill themselves. It's in my testing in my VODs. I didn't make a video on it, but maybe I should have. Should have shown how if you got even more attacker takes damage off corruptions and whatnot, you could have made it even stronger. It's actually kind of amusing. I actually think, based on what I've seen and based on the kill speed, Thorns is busted in normal and nightmare. Oh yeah, for sure. I actually think that Thorns is viable. I actually put it in the viable tier. It feels like a viable aura you can use. It's very amusing. It's very fun to use. It's amusing to see the monsters kind of die around you with really strong Thorns plus attacker takes damage gear. All the synergies put in. What I actually like to do on this is I like to use Silence, the rune word, and Bramble, the rune word, to get a really high Thorns level from my gear. And then I put it in the synergies, and then I put in points elsewhere to make it very smooth and powerful. Is it OP? I wouldn't say OP, no. I mean, the monsters still have to kill themselves, which takes a certain amount of time, but they're doing sizable amounts of damage to themselves to the point to where I think it's a viable clear. I think you guys up in YouTube and in my chat can maybe even find a way to make it even stronger than what I was able to do. And it's possible that the upper limit of this skill might even be effective, oddly enough, in terms of clear speed of a map. So try it out. It's Thorns is actually looking pretty interesting. So for those memers out there, people looking for an interesting build, I don't think it's trash anymore. It didn't look trash to me. It was doing some serious damage. Um, for sure. Alright, so that's pretty much it for the late game mapping tier list. That was a lot. Now let's kind of do an overview of some of these other lists here to kind of show you guys my logic behind why they are the way they are. I still feel like rabies. So with this is kind of rating builds within a tier to some extent, which is tough to do. So always take it with a grain of salt. But I feel like rabies is so safe, so much tankiness, so much damage, so much speed with feral rage. It's just it's still the king until they hit it with yet another nerf. You know, they've been trying to nerf it in beta this season. They really have. But you know, check out this tier list again. You know, check it out again. Remember, check out the link, not the video. Obviously, this won't be updated in the video. It'll be updated in the link, though. So check out the final version. When it no longer says tentative final, check out what it's saying for rabies. It might be different, but currently it's still absurdly strong. And there's really no reason to think that, you know, as a top mapper, it's just crazy mapper, my man. Crazy mapper. And it's been found to be the case. Elemental charge, especially with the Holy Fire self-use approach, is just, oh man, it's just, oh, it's crazy, man. It's just crazy with negative res everywhere and conviction on the Paladin. Make sure to use Joust a lot to keep the mercenary conviction on top of the monsters, but man, it's just, whew, that damage and how fast you're able to pump it out with charge being fixed the way it is, it's just nutty. It's so fast. Whirlwind, this is mostly a reflection actually of the Flame Whirlwind build. Once again, check that out on YouTube. The normal Whirlwind build would still be on here, it'd just be a little bit lower. Barbarian Whirlwind is still crazy. It incurred some minor nerfs to some of its top items, but nothing that really makes it weak. I retested this, it's still perfectly fine. It's still insane. Dart Pact here, what could I say? With movement and with casting curses using your staff and using the mercenary, you can cast 0 to 1 curses and blow up the whole screen almost instantly with just spamming the Dart Pact button. It's just so fast. And it moves fast. The monsters don't really have a chance to survive. It clears so many monsters so quickly. Wake of Fire is kind of similar though. Also clearing monsters insanely fast, clearing tons of monsters with almost effortlessly, with so much damage, and you're even able to move as the monsters die with you. It might not be quite as absurd against higher player counts or group mapping as it once was, but for solo mapping, this is still looking like one of the fastest mappers cutting through any map at all, with even monsters that have a lot of fire resistance like the Arax and Tumazol and Cool are just getting destroyed. Blade Dance was higher up on this list initially, but even without Venom, the AoE of it, the extra Venom damage, the fact that you have block, and just how much damage you're able to do with Claw and Dagger Mastery, Blade Dance is just nuts. And it's really making insane, absurd amounts of damage, and it's competing with Whirlwind very nicely. So if you want a really cool build that's even cheaper than normal Whirlwind, check out Blade Dance. Blade Dance is making its way up on the top 10. Nova's still up there. However, you'll notice that Nova didn't change, and yet it's dropped 6 places on the solo mapping top 10. That's just because other builds are tested a bit better. They're adjusted. They're found to be a lot easier to execute and just a lot faster overall. With really good gear, though, yeah, once again, it's for tier 3s for the most part. Yeah, that's correct. It's most accurate for maximum gear in tier 3s, optimal tier 3s for the build. Right, in late game mapping specifically, solo mapping. So keep that in mind. A lot of people love solo mapping, so this is a good indication of It becomes less accurate when you apply it to hardcore, but it's still pretty accurate. It becomes less accurate when you apply it only to tier 1s, because most builds, there's even more builds that would clear it like an S speed, or S minus builds that would clear it an S plus speed if it was just tier 1s. So it helps to stratify the builds a bit more and show you guys what's possible at the maximum ability. Blah 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 blah. And yeah. Anyway, so we have Nova, still absolutely crushing maps. It just jumps into things and things get melted, and it's really good. But honestly, believe it or not, it's not even necessarily one of the very top approaches anymore, I would say, overall. And there's less maps you can execute that same level of speed in. So it's been adjusted slightly downwards, but it's still insane. Wind is still insane. Wind is just crazy. It just melts maps with Twister. It has crazy mobility, so maps get flattened by wind. Similar reason with Molten Boulder, with possibly even more AoE, but possibly the damage not being quite as direct. But it's crazy. It's just it's crazy how fast you can move through maps with these abilities here. And definitely check out the physical Fire Druid and the Wind Druid as very primary mapping approaches. And then after we jump out of the S tier to some degree here, I don't count every elemental charge as an S build. I just rolled it into 1 just to show you guys how strong they are in general with the changes to charge. But Blessed Hammer is really taking on a really strong role here. Season 7, getting even more power from Acrobat's Devotion directly in Season 7, but also just having crazy damage with concentration maintained on it just flattens monsters. It's just crazy, and it moves pretty fast through maps. The way you only have to throw out a couple hammers and things melt, and then you move on. Throw out, everything melts, same thing. It's very fast how it moves through maps and cuts through monsters. There are other S minus builds that are honorable mentions here. Anything in the S minus category here is probably in the top 20. Let's see, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and then kind of like a 25. So like anything in the S tier is automatically a top 25 mapper. If you consider these all to be like 1 pretty much, or pretty similar. So just keep that in mind. They're all very, very fast builds compared to other approaches, and they all feel very smooth and very powerful once you get gear. They'll make you feel like a god. Biggest movers, so this is pretty self-explanatory. I put the biggest movers at the very top. Nothing moved down significantly, so you'll notice that we don't have any downward movement. There has been some downward movement, remember, partially as an adjustment, but partially in response to maybe some nerfs like Lightning Strike, right? So there has been a little bit, but it would be only a third of a tier, right, for any of these. So because of that, like, it's mostly been buffs this season. So you'll notice that all the biggest movers this season, their abilities moving up to some degree. If they only moved up a third of the tier, which is the rest of them past Blade Dance, there's even other ones that moved a third of a tier. I like to highlight a couple of them that I thought were the most interesting ones to move up. Going from B to A is pretty big, right? A to S. And Dark Pact really being solidified as an insane build with the proper testing and with the proper build. So, like, it's pretty impactful stuff here. That's also a pretty cool build, right? The Cold Enchant. It was rolled into the Fire Enchant, but when we separated this approach on the Sorceress, that's a pretty cool thing, how much it increased there, and how Cold Enchant Bow Sorceress is really strong. So, there's definitely some really cool new things to check out for the Sorceress if you thought that it was garbage in the previous season, even though there weren't a lot of changes in the actual patch notes to the Sorceress. Mostly just a Frozen Orb and Blizzard, which didn't really do much to the actual power of the build, but you get the idea. So, yeah, really good stuff. Maybe they changed it a bit in the early game, but that's about it. Obviously, some really big changes like this, and this is just the power of Charged getting buffed, Fire Claws Druid rework, you get to see some of the most impactful things from the patch in this section here. So, to see how the patch really made a difference not just the patch, but improved testing in a lot of cases, like Blade Dance and Dark Pact as well. So you can see kind of some of the biggest changes if you guys are a fan of the previous tier list. So you can kind of see where things moved. The iRobot, or the One Robot. Thank you so much for the Prime, man. Thank you so much for the support in general, guys. Your guys' support throughout the closed beta was awesome, and I really hope you guys enjoy all of the content we put out on my channel, PD2, D2R, and maybe Diablo 4 as well, and of course other stuff. So thank you guys once again. Yeah, so these are all as mappers. These are all relative to the late game mapping tier list. Now this one is not. So this is an overall class power ranking. This tries or attempts to combine the late game solo mapping tier list, the starter capability, the Ubers, the Dclone killing, the Rathma, everything. So let's kind of talk about this for a second. So I mentioned briefly before that the distance between number 1 and number 7 is actually pretty small. It's really small, which is why you really have to take this one, especially this season, with a grain of salt, because it was really tough for me to make this. I like to make this power ranking though, just to show you guys what I think in general. But to be honest, it's almost obsolete because of how close the classes are. Last season, I wouldn't have said the same thing. Paladin was in dead last. It sucked pretty much at everything compared to other builds. At pretty much, except for maybe starting out to some degree. And of course, as a group mapper for Conviction Aura, but that was about it. Solo mapping was pretty bad. They finally in this season really made Paladin. This is really the big change that really matters here, is look at where Paladin got. Paladin is so much better in Season 7. I think that's awesome. I also kind of, even though there weren't a lot of changes to Sorceress and whatnot, I also kind of reassessed some things based on new data. So I try to make it accurate, but here it goes. Basically, the Druid has almost none of its builds is bad for mapping, except for some meme builds. Every single build, for the most part, is insanely strong. It's got crazy amounts of S tier builds. It can crush fortified. It can crush non-fortified. It has some of the very strongest Rathma and Uber killing builds in the game, including Fury and Summon Druid, and Rabies. It has some of the craziest starting approaches, such as Summon Druid and Wind Druid, and even Fire Druid to some extent. Druid is insane. Druid has some of the very strongest builds, having 3 in the top 10 solo mappers. It is, I personally think it's number 1. You guys can tell me otherwise, but I don't see why you wouldn't put that number 1. Assassin. Honestly, Assassin's probably weakest in the very beginning of the game, but it's not even weak because it still has insanely high AoE clear abilities. It just lacks maybe some of that mobility, or to get from place to place maybe. But it has crazy uber killing abilities. It's crazy strong in Rathma, Dclone scenarios. It's got a lot of very prominent scenarios there too. Also has a lot of insanely strong skills in all trees. That are, we have, multiple of them reflected, of course, in the top 10. I put Assassin as number 2, and it's very tanky as well, kind of like the Druid, so it's also a very safe approach. So, if you're thinking about hardcore, Druid and Assassin are going to be really solid no matter what. Sorceress is a little squishier, but energy shield plus really high mobility. Arguably, she's still the top of the starter approaches just because she can farm bosses and farm items insanely fast in the very beginning of the game. So arguably, she's like the very fast starter. She has more and more very solid boss killing approaches like Rathma and Dclone all the time. And despite not having many changes this season, the Sorceress still has so many of the strongest builds in the game. It's really hard to find a build on the Sorceress that sucks for mapping or anything. And of course, it has a presence in the top 10. Arguably, other skills can be put there too. It's a little subjective. You can maybe put Chain Lightning in there. Once again, it's got so many in the top 25 as well. So many of the top 25 mappers are Sorceress builds. So, gotta put it there still. I think it's maybe a little less consistent than Druid and Assassin now in terms of doing everything insanely well. If you look at the bossing builds, it doesn't have the very top bossing builds, right? It has very good ones. It might not have some of the very fastest mappers either, so it's dropped down a little bit in the power ranking, which is fine. But you know, it's not like the Sorceress has ever been weak in Diablo 2. Heck, it's never been below #1 for the most part. But you know, I would say it's still a top 3 class overall. So if you want to invest in a Sorceress and make one first, it's going to be very good. Paladin, this is really the biggest mover here. Paladin was stuck in dead last for Season 5 and Season 6 of Project Diablo 2. It really just didn't have a very good solo mapping build. They all felt pretty junky. Blessed Hammer was definitely on the up and up in the last 2 seasons, but that was pretty much it. It had like that and then nothing else. Not anything that I could even really safely put in the top 10. Now it's got 2 builds in the top 10 potentially. It struggles a little bit with Rathma and Dclone because it's really squishy, but it's not that bad. And of course, it has a lot of good Uber Tristram scenarios. It has a lot of good starters. The Paladin now has some of the best builds in the game. It is in the Ellie Chargers and of course Hden. So as long as there's no like really hard hits to the damage of those abilities, that one's going to be pretty solid there. Things can, of course, change if there are any other changes, but it's looking really good, and it's looking like one of the stronger classes now. And, of course, it has a lot of really good... this has one of the top like group mapping scenarios as well. Can't count it out. Barbarian has definitely dropped a little bit in this list, mostly as a response to the Paladin Rising, though. It also lost some. It took a hit to its find items, so it took a hit to its traveling efficiency as well, somewhat this season, which is kind of interesting. I didn't mention that because it's not really pertinent to most mapping builds, but it is a thing for starting out. And so the Barbarian took a little bit of its hit to its starting capability this season, so it dropped a little bit in the overall class rankings. It still has some of the strongest builds in the game, though, and it still has a lot of those really strong builds in the game. As you'll see, it's very solid in general. And then, of course, it has so many ultra strong boss killing approaches. So it's funny how the Barb is #5. You know, maybe because some of its builds are not quite as strong anymore, and maybe because it took a hit to its starter capacity to some extent. But it's still the #5 is so close to #1. That's the thing. Is like this. These aren't huge differences. I just kind of had to make a judgment call based on some of these changes here. Necromancer, which is actually kind of interesting. Necromancer, so this is the unfortunate thing about Necromancer. So Necromancer has some extremely fast mappers, including some of the fastest ones, and has so many of the strongest dungeon group mapping scenarios. So it has a lot of strong mappers. Not all of its mappers are ultra fast anymore. You know, obviously after Poison Nova taking a big hit, you have to maybe not rank it quite as high as you once did. As a starting approach, you know, it still has a lot of insane starters, including the one that I'm going to go. I'm actually starting Necro, so I don't even care. But notice that #6 is close. #7 is close to #1. Let's be real. But the main reason why Necromancer takes a big ding and is towards the bottom of this overall mapping tier list here is mostly due to it's really crap at doing not Uber Tristram so much, but Dclone and Rathma. And everyone that's ever tried to get top 3 on a Dclone or Rathma Necromancer knows exactly what I'm talking about. It just doesn't have enough health. It's that simple. There's no way to get that health. So what happens is Dclone and Rathma consistently one-shot the Necromancer. And it's one of the toughest builds to do those endgame bosses on. Obviously with the scaling difficulty, which is actually one of the other cool things I haven't mentioned yet about Season 7 in this tier list video, is that there's actually scaling difficulty on Dclone and Rathma. So there's a lower difficulty now. That's just the base version, and that should make it way more accessible for more players to actually farm Annies and Tainted Worldstone shards. But now the base difficulty, that's the current difficulty, is Vex Rune, and then there's even higher difficulties now for actually potentially getting those those Dclone and Rathma items, and so those will actually increase the odds of those items. I'm really glad they separated these things because it was really painful for like players that weren't insanely good at the fight to even farm these things themselves. Now I think it should actually be pretty plausible that they can farm them themselves. It never received direct testing. They're keeping it pretty hush and hush because you couldn't test it in the beta, but I'm assuming that you can. So that means the Necromancer for standard farming might be fine. But when it comes to getting those Dclone and Rathma items, that does matter for ranking Rathma and Dclone builds. In general, you'll notice that there's no Necromancer builds here in the top 10. That's not a coincidence. Necromancer is very hard to execute those fights at the highest level, and it's just difficult. It just doesn't have enough health. Difficult to kill the monsters. It's just very clunky trying to kill those bosses. We also have Amazon, of course, though. Amazon, of course, once again, just has... this is last place, and yet she has all these strong mapping scenarios. Maybe not quite as strong as they were in the past, though, right? You know, Lightning Fury at one point was even stronger. Poison Javelin was even stronger. Some of these things were stronger when Dex scaled a bit better, right? So that is all the case. It still has a lot of insane mapping scenarios, though, and they're all very strong. But maybe not the strongest. You'll notice here that there are actually 0 Amazon builds in the top 10, so that is something to take into account. Of course, there's still insane group mapping scenarios, though, as you'll see here in these top 10. And of course, for starting out, Summon Zon is strong, has so many strong starters, and there's actually a lot of really strong Dclone Rathma and Uber killing approaches too. So it's not really that weak in those areas, but it's more that the Necromancer really is a step above in the mapping and the solo mapping scene, which is such a big part of the game, and maybe even for starting out as well. So it's got a bit of an edge there. So that's why the Necromancer is a little bit above the Amazon. But you know what's funny though is the Amazon might be last. It's not dead last. There is no dead last now. There was a dead last season. That would have been Paladin. Paladin was just straight up weaker across the board. I don't think that's the case anymore, and I think we're actually looking at like I said, it gets more balanced every single season. I say that in every tier list video. That's because it's true. And in this season, we're seeing a lot of good progression there. All right, Dungeon Buddies. So you can see here, overall, just really strong builds. These builds are all very good for helping out in a team scenario. I can quickly go through them. I mean, obviously having a great crazy meat shields while being able to cast very strong curses is very strong, especially in a dungeon, but even in a tier 3, keeping everyone safe and keeping everyone just able to focus on dealing damage. They're very tanky, especially the revives. Revives are just insanely tanky. A lot of this stuff hasn't really changed since last season, so if you saw the last tier list, this is pretty much the same stuff. Conviction Aura, having a high level conviction is just insane for increasing dungeon clear speed especially, but even just normal tier 3s. And obviously you can do a lot of damage from behind, and you know, even got a small damage buff this season, so you're looking at a pretty good build. Alright, this one's actually kind of important to talk about here. So for group mapping, I've always put this high up, because, you know, having lower resist and curse support is just so huge for making everything go faster on a curse necromancer in general. But now, if you have max curse mastery, other players can actually stack curses on top of yours instead of overriding your curses, based on how your maximum number of curses. And that actually makes Dark Force spawn potentially really good for group mapping. So it's actually finally giving a niche to that item that feels impactful, and mercenaries can actually stack them on top of it. Interestingly enough, the Act 4 Merc actually has the ability to stack 2 of its own curses. It has it's got 10 points in a curse mastery, so it can do 2. So what's interesting is it'll take it from the character that has the maximum number of curses, and then everyone can stack up to that maximum while you're cursing the monsters, and it's just insane. So even more so than in the past where that was important, and then you had to like have people remove items off their mercenaries because they were messing up your curses to make the map go faster. It no longer messes them up. As long as you have points in a curse mastery, it does it. That is so huge. and it's one of the biggest changes that I've been pushing for a long time, and it's actually finally happened. I tested it out. It feels insane. I tested it out with Dark Pack particularly, and it's yeah, it's really good. So if you guys were annoyed by that aspect of group mapping, you know, all the curses overwriting the curses and crap, and not getting them out, which has always been a very frustrating aspect of that part of the game, it's actually really big. All right, so you know, summon Druid is similar. Face tanks, and then having a ton of extra health with the Oak Sage. Warcry is just max bow, battle orders. Just getting that HP for everything. It's gonna really make dungeons and tier 3s and hard maps like unique maps even better. There are a couple of unique maps. I think they're probably gonna be a bit harder than normal tier 3s, but they are technically tier 3s. It might make those easier. We don't know because we weren't able to actually test them as is, but it's gonna be pretty cool. Freezing arrow. Just freezes everything, and it's super effective for just getting through that. And of course, it does a ton of damage with high density, so even at high player count, that's going to kill monsters very fast. Corpse explosion, same thing, it's going to kill monsters really fast, and it's very effective in high player count because it doesn't get hit as much by the fact that the monsters have more HP. Same thing with Death Sentry, it's just a very useful skill on the assassin, on any kind of trap assassin to have. So any trap assassin plus Death Sentry will be very useful. Lightning Fury is still absolutely shredding high player count. It's because the monsters don't die and the bolts can just spread as far as they possibly can, and you can stack all that negative enemy light res easy with static field, things of that nature. And then of course you have Shockwave, and Shockwave as well. Does it just stuns the monsters, and you have max Oak Sage, so you can also do that as well to help all your characters do damage while you're also able to push through the map. So these are still amazing team approaches. Doesn't mean that you can't use other builds with these team approaches, like other ones that are listed in the solo mappers. It just means that if you have a bunch of these, like 4 or more of these on a team, it's probably going to be a pretty strong team, plus extra DPS on top of that. So that's going to be really good. These builds, for various reasons down here, are able to solo a dungeon on softcore. Don't do this on hardcore. You will die. However, even with a Summon Necro, I think that's possible. But with the LE Summon Necro, or just summons in general, you're able to do multiple damage types, and you're able to cut through the multiple immunities of the dungeons. So these are the tier 4 maps that are meant for groups only. I mean, these are for like tier 4s or tier 3s, but which are for getting experience. So experience pushing, this is what matters here. If you're trying to just solo a dungeon though, multiple damage types, Phoenix Strike does enough damage types. You got to make yourself really tanky for the stuff to work. But you can, as long as you have enough tankage and enough damage, and you have enough stacked res and things like that, and DR, and you have the multiple damage types, you can push through a dungeon with these abilities. You might die sometimes, but that's okay. You can still do it. Different types of hybrid traps, can do it to some extent. Mind Blast can do it. You just have to get multiple damage types. These types of builds, this isn't a build for solo mapping. It's not even a thing, but it would be a thing for solo dungeon. Mind Blast, Psychic Hammer, physical and magic damage. There are no monsters in a dungeon that are immune to both. And then you get other approaches down here. Dream, Dragon Hand of Justice, Hybrid Zeal. That's been a build that's been capable of doing it for a while. For some reason, I took it off my list last season. I put it back on, though. And then once again, physical damage plus magic damage builds. Just different like fire, lightning types builds. Pretty good stuff in general. So you can have a fun time just soloing tier 4s. Soloing tier 4s isn't really intended by the game, but some builds are capable of it. You can do it if you want, just for fun. Or just, in the case of some builds like Trappers, you can get away with it on softcore. You might die every once in a while, but you could actually get experience faster solo mapping to 99 doing some of these approaches, so keep that in mind. It's kind of odd stuff, though, for sure. Some very weird off stuff. All right, starter lineup. So the base damage of Frozen Orb actually took a hit this season, which in some sense makes this more accurate this season. So it is an order once again for these lineups here. This is for starter builds, starting the ladder. Keep in mind this isn't necessarily in the very beginning. This is like for once you get to Hell at level 75, and and you push with whatever the heck build you want to. Honestly, it doesn't matter until you get to Hell. Once you get to Hell, you know, around level 75, whatever it is, maybe 60, 75, these are the builds that are going to farm you up to the ability to be a godly, you know, solo late game mapper, which is this tier list here, or, you know, a good dungeon buddy, whatever it is. These are the builds that can solo farm. It's mostly focused towards solo farming. There is some focus here on being in a group as well. Basically, you want to start out these builds to start out your farm and to start gathering items. That's kind of the point of what these are. Frozen Orb took a hit to the base damage, which I think makes our previous list even more accurate now, because I always consider Blizzard Ice Barrage a little bit ahead of Frozen Orb anyway, because it was better at killing bosses. But with that hit to Frozen Orb is still very strong early game. But Blizzard Ice Barrage is going to have even more damage because it got a bit of a buff as well. And then, of course, all these other approaches can also be good depending on the farm. So it really depends on the farm. Things like Combustion Fireball will be great in the Stony Tomb, for instance. These will be great for bosses and Travancore, which are some of the highest yielding item areas in the game, which is really what I base it on in a lot of the case. Arcane farming, though, is insanely good, and so that's why Chain Lightning's up here. Lightning builds, you'll see some lightning builds in here, and that's mostly Arcane and maybe Pit in the beginning, or Eldritch, I guess, if that's what you want to do, but I consider that kind of slow on PD2 because you have P5, right? Players 5 really makes you want to take advantage of density, not just super uniques necessarily. Now, obviously, with bosses, they drop so many items that something like this is insanely effective, but something like a super unique that only drops 2 items, it might just be better to cut through density. That typically is my experience when I start out in this game, so I don't know. You could disagree, but I think that's how it is. Anyway, those are pretty good approaches, right? This would be good against bossing only, particularly like Andy and Mephisto, so just keep that in mind. For the Sorceress, there's a lot of different approaches. Druid, summoning ravens, wolves, and bears. Druid could do everything. It can just teleport on top of a boss, it dies with summons. It can farm Pit, it can farm Travancore very early on, it can farm Chaos, which is a little bit more gear very fast. It's insane. And it's really cheap, and it requires like no gear whatsoever to make it strong. So just keep all that in mind for that one. That one will always be a solid approach. We're also going to have Wind here. Wind will absolutely destroy with very minimal gear as well, especially with like high level gust. You'll be able to move between packs very fast early on. It's just not quite as easy to execute with a similar level of gear. Summon builds are kind of nuts in general. You notice that summon builds tend to take these top positions. They're also literally right below Blizzard. The only reason why I consider Blizzard number 1 is because Mephisto farming is still awesome with the minimal gear, but arguably for most players, players that maybe aren't quite as I don't know, skilled, maybe they don't have as much time to play the game, maybe they have hand problems, whatever it is, maybe you know, they're not as much as ultra nerds in terms of how their mechanics and whatnot. They're gonna find these builds stronger than Blizzard. So summon builds in Project Diablo 2 hold the top spots for starting out, and that is because Summon Amazon, Summon Necro, and Summon Druid just have such an easy path with like minimal gear to getting more gear, and it doesn't require too much effort to think about how to play the build either. And they can do a lot of the top areas like Hell Travancore without necessarily needing gear. So that's the thing. Now Blizzard can do the same thing, but you know, it's a little bit more tougher for a lot of players to execute. And of course, with Blizzard, you know, you're a sorceress, so you teleport around and it's good to go. But I thought I'd like to emphasize that the summon builds in Project Diablo 2 it's been this way for a long time. It's been this way for many seasons, so this is nothing new. There you have it. Of course, these are all the top approaches in the order that I think they probably go in terms of just like starting out. Rabies, you could just stay in the secret cow level with very little gear, and Rabies will crush normal cows, which is a great farming area. So that's why it's on there. So Assassin, if you start out in just cows, once again, or Stony Tomb, Wake of Fire is amazing for the starting out Assassin. Land Blast is physical and magic damage. You literally can't kill. There's nothing you can't kill. You'll be very good early on in areas like the pit, chaos, even not much gear. You'll definitely be strong early on. Phoenix Strike doesn't take much to make it super strong either. It's actually safe because of the freeze effect, so you could jump from area to area. You could even start something like Claws of Thunder if you wanted to, and farm Arcane with an Assassin, which is interesting, but you know, it's kind of related, so. But you could, and Phoenix Strike has all types of damage, so it crushes everything. Remember the LOD trifecta of power on the left-hand side. That's kind of what feeds into the starter list the most. It's kind of how it works in PD2 and LOD in general. Chain Lightning, Lightning Sentry, Farm Arcane. There you go. So more ways to farm Arcane, more ways to farm the pit. Very effective farming areas, max level areas that are going to drop a lot of loot for you very early on. Barbarian, with more testing and more approach testing last season particularly, I actually kind of moved. Double Throw got nerfed, and I didn't move it off fast enough, but now on the Season 7 list, it's where it should be. Warcry is definitely the strongest approach on a Barbarian early on, bar none with no gear. And that's because all you need is a very high battle cry, a mercenary that does some damage with like a non-ethereal elite or even a non-ethereal exceptional insight, something really stupid. It could be garbage. And then with really high battle cry, your merc will actually, along with a weak battle war cry, will kill the Travancore council members very easily, and will allow you to use find item. Now, find items been nerfed a little bit, but not enough. Travancore on a barb is still an insane approach. It's still in the top 5 for a reason. It's very easy to get items on. Travancore is a busted area, especially with find item, and it's very easy to farm this area fairly quickly with like no gear, as long as you max out battle cry, which is one of the Warcry synergies. So yeah, once you get a little bit more damage too, so once you literally start putting on a couple items of plus skills and you get more plus skills on top of it, it's going to be insane. And obviously you can even farm Warcry weapons very early on. You can use spirit swords. It's super easy. Double Throw takes a little bit more power to start farming things early on, but it's not much. What's interesting is there's more rares and crafts than ever that can actually make these physical approaches viable. So feel free to try these out for some farms as well, including Travancore once you get a little bit more gear. And then they might feel more just as effective as these other approaches. Warcry is definitely number 1 though, and there's a pretty big gulf between number 1 and number 2 when you have absolutely no gear whatsoever. Amazon. Summon, Valkyrie's decoys, GG. Because it just destroys with no gear. That's why you can be naked. Summoners can be naked. Blizzard can be almost naked as well with Energy Shield and Teleport, and it can do what it needs to do. It's just a little tougher to execute. Mephisto is harder to kill than it was in LOD. Otherwise, I would have put it even higher up, but then it's already number 1, so it doesn't matter. But there would have been a bigger gulf, I think. So that's why in LOD, Blizzard is like so broken and no one goes anything but a Blizzard Sorc. In PD2, it's not quite like that. They're actually a lot closer. But I still consider it one of the top approaches for starting out because it's very efficient for early game item farming. But it doesn't really matter. PD2's definitely closed the gap. Summoners are just insanely strong in PD2, but I already went over that. So once again, we have another summoner on the Amazon. You could do Ubers naked too with it, which we'll talk about in a little second here. But yeah, I mean, Freezing Arrow will crush cows. It will crush chaos as well. Cows for Freezing Arrow is very good. You know, so is Poison Plague Javelin. There's a lot of these things you could do very well in cows. Magic Arrow can actually start killing chaos without a lot of items at all, which is really cool for a starter and hit. Lightning Strike can destroy Arcane Sanctuary, which I think is stronger than Lightning Fury when you don't have gear, which is kind of weird. It's kind of backwards in the early game on PD2, but in the late game, you know, Lightning Fury is still a little bit of a better mapper, oddly enough. At least at this point. But yeah, they're all very strong. Valkyries and decoys are busted. They would be very good early game. Necromancer looking good on a lot of approaches. Oddly enough, Bone is very strong. And if you just have a white, a +3 teeth shield, and literally like a white wand and like a couple of other items, you get like level 30 teeth very easily, and then you get a lot of FCR, and it ends up being insanely strong. Um, so even though Summoner is probably a bit more consistent, like this approach is very powerful and allow you to farm Pit and Travancore and Chaos very fast. And once you get fast farming Chaos with Teeth, it's kind of busted actually. So you're going to see some of these other strong approaches here. Obviously using Revives as your main summon, and Corpse Explosion is also possible early on, especially if you use those busted Revives that you can revive in certain areas of the game, particularly those Bloodlords. And Dark Pact, believe it or not, and a Curse support. This is more for team mapping, but obviously Summon is also for team mapping. One of the reasons why Summon is so busted for starting out is because it's also busted for starting out in maps. You could literally just walk into maps naked with a team, as long as you have certain abilities, such as Summoners, Freezing Arrow, and stuff like that. So that's kind of cool. And of course, with the new Dark Pact and Curse support, arguably, I would say I'd even put that ahead of it. Actually, I'm thinking about it a bit more. I think I'd rather have that there, honestly. So yeah, we'll modify that slightly. That support approach is very good. Paladin, well, you know, it's actually got all of the same things. You know, Vengeance is still possible just because it does every type of damage, so that makes it kind of easy to start out with in the early hell or just early hell farming. Sanctuary Zeal, it's going to, you know, has magic damage and physical damage, so you can pretty much kill everything, so that's really nice. I've actually done these playthroughs before, and they're very good. I actually just did this playthrough in Season 7, so this is my open beta Season 7 playthrough. We did Blessed Hammer Paladin, and yeah, he's looking like an insanely good starter. It might require a little more tankiness, but as I showed, you don't need much to make your Hammerton tanky enough to crush with a mercenary with concentration aura. Even with a weak weapon, it was hitting super hard and it was leeching super well. The mercenary is super strong as long as it's an Act 2 early on. You get really huge tankiness with Holy Shield. I was tanky, I was on hardcore, I was pushing the game pretty fast. I didn't have to do a lot of farming and Nightmare at all, I was just pushing. And it's the same thing with Fist of the Heavens Holy Bolt. This might be better, this might be a more safer approach, but Holy Bolt does crazy amounts of damage too. So both of these approaches, I don't really know which one you can consider better. I don't know, it's all really close at this point. Like I said, take this as a little bit of a grain of salt. Some of the ordering, it gets a bit muddy, especially once we go to Dclone or Rathma, but yeah, there's just because there's not enough people that kill them, right? You know, and that not enough approaches, but it's an interesting thing though. It's an interesting thing. Blessed Hammer though and Fist of the Heavens both in the top 10 for a reason. Both very strong, very tanky, very fast clear approaches with very minimal gear. We're talking like Double Spirit, Smoke, Lore. I was using utter crap. I didn't even have scepters with more skills on them or anything. Using Neophyte, I didn't even have that stuff. It crushed everything anyway. Wait, what the heck did I just do there? Holy crap. I pressed my keyboard. That was funny. I was like, did I delete it all? I was like, oh, that suck. Oh, that's actually funny. Monk ass. Yeah. Well, I could have pressed the back button, but you know, could have gone back in the. There's also a history in these types of documents. You could just go back in the history, but that is kind of funny though. I was like, oh fuck, what did I do? Well, I didn't know what I did, and then I noticed I was down to 1,000 rows, and I'm like, oh, okay. What did I do, man? What did I do? That was funny though. Okay, anyway. That was funny. Alright, let's continue. Anyway, so yeah, I also put, you know, Wake of Fire up here. I thought it's a really good approach. Magic Arrow is super smooth early game because it just shreds everything, so it's really cool. So yeah, there you go. Looking like very good builds. These are all very amazing starting approaches, but even anything listed here that's not even in the top 10 can be very good in certain areas. Remember that Arcane Sanctuary is a thing, and farming currency in there is insane early game. And even if it's pretty much one area, these lightning builds are very good at it. So I don't consider them like overall the strongest approaches, but they can be insane, and they'll get you farmed up very fast for currency for trading and whatnot. So no problem, no problem. Definitely easy stuff. Definitely very easy stuff. But anyway, let's continue here, and yeah, okay. So there we go. We have the overall top 10 starters. All right, so Ubers, this is Uber Tristram. So like I said, I separated them now, so you kind of understand what builds are better for Uber Tristram versus not. You know, I don't really like the Sorceress and Uber Tristram, period, but you know, they don't heal, auto heal anymore, so you can actually kill them with really strong single target abilities like Lesser Hydra, Meteor, Ice Bolt, and Blizzard, which includes Greater Hydra as well, but mostly Lesser Hydra. And you can use those all to be very good in Uber Tristram, and as long as you have enough negative enemy res, enough damage, they'll be pretty fast. But I wouldn't consider them starter approaches, so Sorceress is not a great starter for Uber Tristram, just keep that in mind. It's not like a budget build Uber Tristram thing, you know. Druid, on the other hand, is amazing budget. I mean, it's if you just get any old Windhammer and slap on some tank gear, you're pretty much good to go. Summoner is even easier to start, but maybe not as fast when you have max gear. It shreds Uber bosses, though. Once you have enough plus skills and auras on those things, it's crazy. It's super easy. Maul is kind of just a weaker Fury that's a bit slower to execute. However, the thing about Maul is it hits insanely hard, and that's also going to crush Uber bosses. That's why we have it there. Assassin Blade Fury cuts up those Uber Tristram bosses like nothing, so it's pretty insane. Of course, you can use Whirlwind, Dragon Tail, Dragon Talon. Dragon Talon's insane for single targets and for killing fire immunes, of course, on the Dragon Tail build, so that's really good. Of course, you also have the new Tiger Strike Dragon Claw, which has a ton of physical damage. I'd imagine Tiger Strike Dragon Claw is a very good Uber killing build this season. Based on the changes, I'm putting it on there. It makes sense. It should be very strong. You guys can try it out and let me know what you guys think in the future. But yeah. Anyway, let's go away from there. Let's not mess around with that anymore. Let's go over here to the Barbarian. So, Barbarian, Berserk, negative Fizz Res, hits with 2 weapons very fast. It's like a little stronger against bosses than Frenzy Double Swing, but they're pretty close. For Uber Tristram, that is, particularly, they both hit very hard. Wolf Barbarian is still going to be insanely strong because of the amount of health, and it's basically a Fury Druid, but it can't run as fast, but that's not really much of a problem in Uber Tristram, so good stuff. Zeal Barbarian, it's Zealer. Zealers with a lot of physical damage and a lot of ways to get them Ubers with a lot of negative res with Battle Cry are going to be very good in there, so that's good. Bash is 1 billion damage, so that's going to be good. Leap Attack, similar thing, 1 billion damage. It's pretty fast. If you have like a Necromancer with you, some of these builds will help keep you safe as well while you're doing things like Leap Attack, Whirlwind, and Double Throw, and those will still cut through the monsters pretty fast. And if you have bleed effects, so this is the important part to talk about the Barb when it comes to all these builds. I'll mention this here though, is that if you're using the new Open Wounds bleed mechanic, I think you're going to have a very good time with Ubers, particularly Dclone and Rathma, because you can kite after making them bleed. It's also going to help out with that overall damage, though, on Uber Tristram for sure, particularly against the mini Ubers. So it's going to be nice. And then, of course, there's a lot of good approaches, though. You'll notice for bossing, the Barbarian and the Assassin have the most what I'd consider to be solid approaches. So there's a lot of different ways to kill them on these characters, and they're also some of the best killers. You'll see them represented pretty often here in the top 10. And of course, we'll have Amazon here. Jab is amazing against Ubers. If you've never used it on an Amazon, I have videos of it. It's pretty insane. Immolation Arrow is also super insane though, and Summon Amazon can do it practically naked. So Amazon, even though it doesn't have an insane number of approaches for Uber Tristram, it's got some insanely strong approaches. Out of all 3 approaches, it has 2 of the top 6. So, yeah, very strong Uber killer for sure. It's pretty interesting, right? Pretty interesting. Of course, Necromancer summons are good. Necromancer summons do have to the way you revive them isn't instantaneous, so it's a little bit weaker than some of the other summon approaches because they die from this shit, so it's gonna kill them a little bit, but that's okay. With revives, corpse explosions, it doesn't matter. You're still gonna do a lot of damage and kill them very fast. You can use corpse explosion as well as like a main damage dealer as you use tanks. You can use Bone Spirit to kill the single targets very fast, and it's very good. Okay. What's up, Timmy Tim? How you doing? Yeah. If you're confused, this is Project Diablo 2. Type the link in the chat. Check it out. It's insane. It's looking better than ever this season, so you should definitely check it out. If you're always concerned about the graphics or the FPS concerns are no more. The graphics look better than ever. It's still old graphics, but if you still have a love for the old graphics like I do, in addition to the new ones from D2R, I think they're both good, honestly. I think they're insane iterations. But yeah, anyway, check them out and you'll be good to go. Absolutely. All right, so there we go. Ultimately, a lot of strong ones. Paladin, Physical Zeal, and Smite. I really like just the physical ones. The Elemental Zeal will still destroy too, though. Like I said, the single target Elemental Zeal is usually... You might even consider it better, and I consider it better for the other ones that maybe aren't as res heavy, but it doesn't really matter. They all do a ton amount of damage. Physical Zeal also being good in all cases. You'll notice there's a lot of overlap between the builds on the Paladin for any single target boss, and that's just because they're all very strong abilities against single targets. The new Sacrifice will be good too, in certain situations. It's definitely going to be very nice. Smite doesn't do enough damage for the other 2, but for Uber Tristram, it's perfectly fine and it's super consistent. You'll run out of time. You'll run out of juves on the other 2 ones with Smite, but you won't on Uber Tristram, and it's very cheap, just like the original one. It's pretty easy to do that damage and train him down with enough flat damage, like Astrians or something. It's gonna be pretty good. And then of course. These are my top 10 here. Once again, kind of take it with a grain of salt, but I like to feature builds on here that I think are going to be insane for you to kill the Uber Tristram with. So, yeah. In general, for solo as well, this definitely is a bit more solo biased here, this top 10. But, with a team, you can always do a bit more. It's the same on these. It's pretty solo biased for soloing the Uber Tristram, soloing Dclone. But they're all very good approaches just in general, and Physical Zeal is always the tried and true. I've had multiple videos about that in the past, in past seasons. So yeah, I mean, there's always things that just work insanely well, and it's not hard, even on hardcore, to execute a lot of those strategies. Just remember, you can no longer leave Uber Tristram to go back and get pots, so you gotta bring everything with you. You're trapped in there with the Uber bosses until they die, or until you leave the game and lose your organs. But of course, with you getting organs every time from the mini Ubers now, it's pretty awesome. And keys aren't insanely bad odds with them also dropping in maps to some extent. That has been nerfed this season, but to some extent, it's still going to be super easy to get these things done, I think. There's more events. They don't drop from the tier 1s or the tier 2s as often, but some of those events are pretty OP, like Geed and Keys and whatnot, so it makes sense that they are going to cut down on some of that key farming abuse, so there's going to be a bit more balance there this season, so maybe look out for slightly more expensive torches. I don't know. We'll have to see. Alright, anyway, recommended Dclone killers and Rathma killers. There's a lot of overlap here, so I'm going to kind of talk about these 2 lists together. Obviously, like things like Fury are just insane. Because you're just so tanky. You just do an insane amount of damage fast. You can apply Crushing Blow insanely fast. These things can leech to some extent. They're just really hard to kill. Anything that's like that does a lot of single target damage and can move very fast. Rabies is better to Dclone though, like for instance on the Druid, because it can chain the minions, the skeletons. You got to kill the skeletons in that one. Whereas Rathma, there's not quite as many monsters to kill between each phase of the boss and whatnot, so it's not quite the same. I'd like to emphasize though, these lists have been constructed through a combination of previous season competence without significant nerfs to make them not competent at it, research, and just overall future looking thinking when it comes to changes to some of the skills in the Season 7 patch notes. I could not directly test any of this stuff in the beta. They don't want testing on that anymore because it's not really a matter of testing that's the problem, it's practicing and people getting basically unfair advantages when it comes to testing the beta and becoming, ultra rich at it just by playing the beta over and over. And they don't like that, and I understand that 100%. But it's important to emphasize that these lists is where it gets a little bit muddy because there is a lot of research that's going on here. It's not direct visual confirmation. Like this stuff, the qualitative work on this tier list is pretty solid because I get direct visual confirmation of speed in their best maps with optimal setups, and it is very clear kind of where the build lies. Even my chat has gotten pretty attuned to where I do things, and they kind of know how to rate things themselves now. They've gotten pretty good at it based on that. But like once they see it, the problem though is like things like this. It's tough. It's tough to really make those determinations. There's a lot of things that really go into it. Like some of these builds are safer than others. Some of these builds have more AoE, which will help out with some of the ads. Like Fireclaw looks like it's going to be pretty insane because not only does it do a lot of damage, but it has that AoE for the ads and other things like that. And it does a lot of damage over time. So I am projecting that Fireclaw will be a good Dclone or Rathma killer, so it's on these lists. This is a projection based on the changes in this patch, though. So feel free to check it out. A lot of these things are just from previous patches. This would be like with a Stormspire, the Werebear Sorceress. Stormspire proccing Charge Bolt could become absurdly tanky. Stormspire with Last Wish, it could do it as well maybe, but you need to be very fast, so Stormspire would make it fast. And then you can proc the Charge Bolts and you can tank Dclone with a Werebear Sorceress. So that is a potential build, but it's from, we've done increased or improved research this season, and we've also separated these lists. So you guys should get a better idea of what builds are really going to be the top builds in each class for killing these ultra strong, ultra difficult bosses. Obviously, they'll still be probably pretty damn difficult. Maybe about as difficult as Uber Tristram, at least in the base difficulty now, but the Vex through Zod rune added difficulty. Obviously, your classic builds like Fury are probably going to stand out a bit more. That's why we have the top 10, though. You're going to see like some of the top approaches that can both survive and do damage to them and kite every damage that is coming your way while you're trying to fight these bosses is going to be very important. So that's what I try to do when I made these lists. Take it with a grain of salt. Let me know if there's anything I'm missing, if you think maybe the order is messed up in the comments below. Definitely could do a couple of small tweaks before the season still comes out on the 28th. Definitely would love your feedback on this and to see if maybe you think this is pretty accurate. I love some experts actually at killing Dclone and Rathma to weigh in on this as well, especially. Okay. But anyway, you'll have, I wouldn't consider myself one of the foremost experts, but I'm good at researching stuff. I tested this stuff in previous seasons directly. I've done a lot of this stuff. I've done a lot of different builds. I watch a lot of videos. I know what the top killers are based on what everyone's using. I always ask the question, what did they kill it with? And then someone gives me an answer every season. Someone says, oh, the X and X killed it this way. I'm like, oh, how did they kill it? And so, I get a lot of data in a lot of different ways like that. But yeah, it's not a perfect system, honestly, with these, but there's always more ways to kill them too than ones that are listed, but you could probably kill them with any build you want. But the idea is to recommend some options that are tried and true. They're going to work most of the time as long as you know what you're doing. And, you're at the proper skill level for the difficulty that you're trying to fight because mechanics do matter in these fights. It's not just a matter of build. For the rest of the game, it's pretty much spank and tank, right? You know, as long as you're, you know, decent at the game, you know, you can play the game at some decent base level. You know, even slow old man mechanics are probably fine for most activities in the game. You know, starting out, late game mapping, Uber Tristram, spank and tank, right? These two fights, not so much. You might want to might want to stimulate yourself somehow. I don't know. No stimulation. Or I don't know. Maybe you can drink a lot of caffeine. You know, something like that. Yeah, you want to be they're very twitchy fights, very mechanic heavy fights. So it's not just a matter of having the right build, it's also a matter of executing it, and that's not always easy to do. So it's important to move that on. Cobra didn't move after the nerf. You mean Dclone killers and Rathma? I mean, it's still a solid approach for Dclone and Rathma. Based on my research, it appears like Blade Sentinel is like one of the best ways to kill Rathma and Dclone now. It's kind of interesting. It got buffed again too, so try it out. Blade Sentinel and the Assassins. Obviously, all these abilities do a ton of single target damage. That's really the kicker here. They do a ton of single target damage, just kind of do the damage and forget kind of thing. The Necromancer doesn't have a lot of options because he sucks at these fights, but these options will potentially work if you execute it correctly. Poison Strike, Desecrate, that's by far the top approach, but there's other ways to do it as well. It's just not as easy, and it might be more difficult. There's just a lot of interesting things to see here, but in general, I try to put them in some order that makes some logical sense. And took into account the nuances between the Rathma and the Dclone fights as well to some extent when I was putting them in order. It's tough, though. It's tough. There's a lot of things that can work. I'm not going to pretend this is like a perfect tier list here, but this is going to get you a pretty good idea of what's going on. Like, Holy Freeze Dealer is pretty freaking solid against, like, Dclone and Rathma. So that's really cool. So is Foe Holy Bolt. Physical Zeal is possible. It's hard. Some of this stuff gets pretty hard, but it's, you know, they're not bad. You know, we try to put some of these top approaches on there, try to highlight some of the top approaches for multiple classes. It's hard to do in some classes, though, like when Necromancer just sucks at these fights because he dies all the time. It's just really hard to execute these fights on the Necromancer. If you want top 3 in the Necro, though, you have to do it. And of course, on hardcore, it's just insanely high stakes. Dying all the time happens on hardcore on this class, so people try it, people die. But it'll be interesting to see, like with the scaling difficulty of these fights, how some of these dynamics change. This is pretty extensive. It really is. We try to do a pretty good job trying to give you guys all the info on PD2. I know a lot of you guys have busy lives. You know, you have kids, you have work. You can't spend hundreds of hours to play the game and test like I can, and you don't have as much familiarity with all this crap. You know, you can't get that deep into it. You just want to play a build and you want it to be effective at doing some kind of goal in the game. This is how you will do it for sure. Yeah, it's pretty good. Uber Ancients tiers. There's not really okay. I don't really consider Uber Ancients tiers to really be a thing. I think it's possible to do Uber Ancients on any build in the game. You just got to make sure you're somewhat tanky. Uber Ancients are just like a slightly higher damage version of Ancients. So if you think about it, I don't put it on the tier list, of course. I don't think it's that important. One, it's not like one of the most, you know, important activities. It doesn't really drive the end game that much. Yeah, people do it, but what's interesting though is that it's mostly kind of the same as hardcore. So if you think of Uber Ancients the same way you think of hardcore, you actually get a pretty good idea of kind of what it is. It's basically you just want to be tankier on any build whatsoever, and you want to do a lot of damage. You just got to make sure to tank the right damage, particularly lightning damage against Maddock, and then you'll be fine. I could make a mini guide on there at some point. I wouldn't put it on the tier list though, because like it's not a build thing, you know. Like this is mostly about builds and how they can thrive, and like maps where the builds will thrive in, and how, you know, the builds are tested to begin with. So it's this is the guideline here, right? For the maps on the far right hand side. Obviously, we'll see what the immunity situation is with these other maps. We actually don't know. Maybe they'll have every possible immunity in them, and then we'll put it on there. I don't know what they're doing. All I know is they have unique aspects, such as they drop, one map drops corrupted items, and the other one drops charms, and a skiller is actually guaranteed from the boss. So there's actually some very interesting things going on with these unique maps. So that's actually one of the cooler aspects of Season 7. So make sure to check that out, of course, as well. I didn't go really too deep into the top 10 Dclone and Rathma killers, but you guys can kind of just look at it yourself. If you guys look at the videos on YouTube, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. People killing. Immolation Arrow is insanely popular on Rathma. You know, like Plague Javelin's insanely good. Immolation Arrow does so much single target dot damage. It's actually kind of nuts. We'll see. Fury is just still nuts. They've tried nerfing it last season, but it's so, they nerfed Windhammer last season too, and it didn't matter. Like, it's just so consistent, so powerful. It's so tanky. It's just the cheapest, easiest way to really get her done, you know. Without any kind of huge amounts of problems. Yeah, you could do Rathma and Dclone, particularly Dclone, on a budget with all kinds of builds, but some of these builds just really don't take much, and it's very consistent. It's not going to feel difficult. So that's really what that comes down to. You know, Wolf Barbarian, even without Feral Rage, is insane. It's just insanely tanky, plus an insanely strong battle cry with the Barbarian. That's what, like, puts it up over the Fury Druid in some ways, but it doesn't have as much mobility as the Fury Druid, so running between the adds and killing them isn't quite as easy. You know, there's small differences here and there between some of these builds, but there's a lot of similar themes. Builds that can become absurdly tanky, that can't be one-shot very easily. Builds that can easily kite out the damage that is being done, you know. You see that with like Hydra and Blizzard and things like that. Builds to just do an insane amount of single target damage. Ice Bolt. Yeah, there's just a lot of themes between these skills. You'll see a lot of similarities between these type of skills. Like Plague Javelin allows you to kite like a mofo. Yeah, I mean there's just you know, there's a lot of themes here. There's a lot of themes. You'll kind of get the themes between a lot of these types of builds. And those are the types of builds I recommend trying first, especially if you want to try them for the first time. Obviously, you can kind of, like with Uber Ancients, you can almost do it with any build, but some of those builds are very challenging to do that stuff with. I don't know about the lowest difficulty anymore, but I don't know, it might still be a little challenging. Yeah, that's fine. Need your build commands, Dark. My build commands for Season 7. Remember, if you ever want to pull up all my PD2 guides, I have them categorized into different sections from previous seasons. I would say all the way back to Season 4 is pretty accurate for most builds at this point. So feel free to get those off of YouTube or off of here. It's in the PD2 guide section on my YouTube, so you can get those as well. Season 7 is April 28th, probably 10 a.m. PT. I believe that's typically when it starts, or it's 12. It's one of those two. I'll check again when it happens. Alright, anyways, so GG guys. That's pretty much it. That is a 4-hour video. Once again, we're gonna have let me know, do you guys have any questions? Any more questions? I'm gonna take a Q&A here. So another Q&A here. I'm gonna take a Q&A after doing kind of a grand tour and a detailed look at some of these builds and how they operate. Let me know if let me know what you guys think. I don't know. What do you guys think for some of these things? Do you have any questions? Any solo dungeon builds outside of Necro? Yeah. Once again, check the spreadsheet. The link will be to this below. There'll be chapters for each section. It will be on YouTube. It is accessible through my stream on commands, just like all the build guides are accessible through commands on my stream. They're accessible on YouTube. They're accessible if it's D2R on Maxroll. Maxwell.gg, the premier RPG information site, especially for Diablo games. Yeah, you can definitely check all that stuff out, absolutely, and it's all very well accessible. I hope you guys are hyped for the new season. I talked about so many cool new things they're doing this season, including 2 new unique maps that they're coming out with. We don't even know what some of these things are going to be like. We'll fill in some more information or adjust some of the information on this list as we learn more. If there's additional things to learn right before the season starts or right after, you might see some small adjustments in this list, but at least you know it's here, you know where to check it. You know that probably won't change too much because at this point, after the closed beta, there aren't typically that many changes that would actually modify the tier list very heavily. Not typically. There might be rabies is on the docket. Look out for that rabies one. I don't know about any of the other ones. I don't think we're gonna get much, but we'll see. For sure. Good bar build to head to Ubers with, not as gear dependent as Frenzy. Unfortunately, the Barb, when it comes to Ubers, is a bit more gear dependent, and that's just how it is. You could do leap attack without too much gear. You just need really high damage with some of these. Yeah, Wolf Barb doesn't need quite as much because you can become really tanky with a lot of life leech. You know, you can get a lot of negative enemy res with Berserk. Berserk is really good. So remember just to check out all these options here, and then you'll kind of figure out what options will work for you. Bleed, if you just get a bunch of junky bleed gear, you could probably kill them too, because bleed is OP in the beginning when you don't have good weapons. So yeah, make sure to check out that new open wounds mechanic. Any more questions? Yeah, so we're doing Q&A right now, Q&A. This will be on the video, of course, as well. And then we'll kind of wrapping it up a little bit here, a little bit. No Wake of Fire build, just use my Season 4 walkthrough. Yeah, I mean, other people made Wake of Fire builds, so if you don't know how to build that build, it's super strong, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. As you can see, it's one of the strongest mapping builds in the game, tied with the very best. It's very fast. Open Wounds gets bumped by Berserk too, correct, because negative enemy physical res. So Open Wounds is now, I didn't mention that actually, so that's a good point. Open Wounds is physical damage now, which means that it's that negative enemy physical res, like from amp, or negative physical res off of items, or just off of the skill itself, like Berserk. It won't matter much for something like mapping, but for single targets, like bosses here, Berserk is looking to be a very strong approach. And as you can see, I'm listing it very high on all of these Uber approaches. So yeah, you can definitely use Berserk, and that's going to be super strong. What are the biggest item changes this season, if any? Some minor item nerfs, and so Grief got like an ED buff. A lot of items got their stats changed out for bleed. A lot of items also got an additional curse resistance stat. One thing I didn't mention that's kind of a bit more interesting in Season 7 is there is now a cap on, so I should probably mention this somewhere in the video, right? There is a cap on you can no longer become curse immune. So there's a cap on reduced curse duration, which is 75%. However, with 75%, curses last a maximum of 5 seconds now. So that's not too bad. It's just 5 seconds. But additionally, you can actually get curse resistance, or just without reduced curse duration, you can just focus on reduced resistance instead. And what that means is that like amp will have, like, let's say you have 50% curse resistance from items like Leviathan. It means that amplified damage will only reduce your damage reduction by 25, not 50. That's pretty big. That's pretty big. So it's like a way to get like 25% damage reduction possibly. And there's a lot of other items now that already have damage reduction or don't have it, have this added to it. And so it's other ways to make your items potentially defensive. I actually think it's a buff to hardcore a little bit. I think that's a nice buff because there's actually more ways now to get defensive stats on hardcore, and there's more ways to do them. Except the nerf to hardcore is the fact that you can no longer be curse immune. That was in response to the fact that pretty much everyone, even on softcore, a lot of people were going curse immunity because you would never die if you played a curse immune build properly. And so, because the big problem was amplified damage, right? It would kill you. Decrep could kill you too. But reducing the effectiveness of the slow's movement, or the attack speed slow, or the movement speed slow of Decrep, for instance, that's where curse resistance also comes into play. Reduces the effect of weaken as well. Some of these stats are just really nice stats in general. They can help out in different scenarios. So yeah, those are the biggest changes, I would say. There's curse resistance. There's bleed on a lot of items for the open wounds, particularly for barbarian builds. I mean, there's there's a really high open wounds on gut siphon, which can be good on guided arrow, for instance, for the Dclone killer. So guided arrow strafe. If you use gut siphon now, it's got huge open wounds, and you're gonna cut. I think Dclone's gonna go down pretty fast with something like that, with the open wounds gut siphon. So that's why it's on the list here, right? And so there's like, I mean, I didn't go to huge detail in a lot of these because they're not as precise, but you get the idea though. There's a lot of items that really affirm positions on these two lists. Like I said, I do a lot of research for these, so not saying they're perfect though. If you guys have other ideas and things, maybe you think something's ahead or behind of the other, let me know. Comments below, particularly when it comes to the Dclone and Rathma killers. I'm the least confident about those in this Season 7 tier list. When I split those, but split it from just a generic Uber killing list. But yeah, anyway, you can check all that stuff out though, and it's really good, so shouldn't be a problem. Absolutely, absolutely. Let's see. Does bleed bypass immune to physical? Not anymore. No, it's a physical damage. There was a bug that caused it to bypass it. Not anymore. I know you tried Flame Bellow Barb, but did you try Bleed with the old Grief Breath of the Dying combo? Not with the old school combo, no. But I did try Double Griefs in some situations, and Double Grief is looking really strong. Grief got some pretty big buffs. There's some minor nerfs to some items. Sword nerfs again for Dclone and Rathma. You know, the typical. Can't have any sword. By Season 10, there will be no sword in Project Diablo 2. It will be gone from the game. There'll be a statement on the beta tier list thing, or the beta notes saying, we finally just decided that this stat is just not good for this mod because of all these hard bosses, and we just removed it straight up. I'm surprised they haven't yet. I'm surprised any items even have a tiny amount of it still, which is pretty much all that's left. But after this season, that is all that's left, man. Steel Shade finally got hit. Rising Sun got hit finally. Yeah, it's the Sorb items, the Absorb items, like Absorb Fire and things like that for Dclone. They're very minor rolls now, very minor rolls. Yeah. Old Enchant Bowswork thoughts very fast. I gave my thoughts earlier. You can watch the video again. When I'll have a timestamp for the Cold Tree, so you can see when I talk about Cold Enchant multiple shot. It was very fast. It was very fun too. It was strong. Very much stronger than the Fire Enchant version by far. So I don't know why that is. It's just how it is currently due to scaling changes in previous seasons. Dracula's oh yes, Drax lost its attack speed. Oh yeah. Well, it got the open wounds damage in exchange, but that does mean that it's no longer one of your premier mercenary gloves items. That's probably a good thing though, because now there's a bit more balance with the mercenary. You might actually have to think about the gloves and the belt a bit more. I don't know. Drax were really strong, and now they're still strong, kind of, but it's definitely a little bit more niche to use the Drax, and it's not always a good thing to use Drax anymore. They lost their attack speed. Yeah, that's a pretty impactful thing. And when you think about it, there's not a lot of gloves that can get 30 attack speed, right? So with the corruptions, with Worldstone shards, and so one of the gloves now losing its ability to do that means that some of the other gloves might be more prominent in response. Things like laying of hands, lava gouts, things of that nature. Yeah, I think that's the strangest one. I don't know if I would have done that to the Drax particularly, but the item already had open wounds, so I think they were trying to make it an open wounds themed item. I think it is the strangest item change for sure. I don't really know too much why they did that, honestly. Oh well. I don't always agree with every change, right? I don't think, but overall the changes are better every season, right? You know, and they'll often in the next season they'll reverse changes that were bad in the previous season. Like, let's take an example. Omrune now has 45% ED. I pushed for that super hard. I'm glad it was changed. Because it was literally an Omrune being as effective as a random 40 ED jewel. Like, those are dime a dozen, like 35, 40, and we're talking an Omrune here. It's like, it's got to at least be a little stronger than those. And it makes sense maybe not to have 50 ED, because maybe that made it stronger than too many of the ultra good, magic and rare jewels. So I understand that too. But I think the good balance for the Omrune is 45. So they fixed that from last season. That's a good example too. There's like an item nerf to gargoyles by, I think I already mentioned that though. Let's see. Some of the rabies items got nerfed a tiny bit. But there's some small changes. Arguably, items weren't the biggest focus this season, I don't think. There's, more of the mechanics and the new stats that being added to the items, like curse resistance and open wounds damage. And then there's just some minor things. Maybe besides Drax. I'd say that Drax one kind of hurts. That item is fundamentally different now, but most of them, that's not really the case. Does anyone else have any questions? Q&A for the late game mapping tier list and infographic here. Really just like to emphasize, a lot of testing goes into this, and we really try to give you guys as accurate of a picture as possible, and to help you understand, what exactly we're tiering here, the exact point of it and whatnot. And just remember that, it doesn't apply to every situation equally all the time. But I feel like the testing we do is very good, and it's able to accurately, assess how fast a build could move through a map with max gear. If that's a good map, a hard map, whatever. A good map, but yet a hard one, a challenging one, a tier 3, right? A good map in terms of immunities, though, and really show you guys what that's possible. Fortification is the new fortify mechanic from Season 6. It halves the density, increases loot from the monsters. It doubles it, increases the experience by double. It halves the density and increases the monster health by double, and it makes them do 20% more damage. So it's basically a buff. What Fortify did, like the practical impact of it on the tier list and otherwise, is it buffed the overall tiering of any build that is a limited AoE build. So something like a Fenzon is now a lot stronger, partially. Like, let's say, even with the buffs, I would still say Fen would be B or even C tier, but with Fortify, that's not the case, because now it's actually crushing Fortify, and it's getting a lot of items out of that. It's starting to keep up item generation-wise, and experience generation-wise, with the builds that just plow through, hordes of monsters quickly. It's not quite the same, a build that can plow through hordes of monsters quickly or extremely fast will still outpace anything that can, set its sight on, unless it's insanely fast at Fortify, like in the case of builds that are just like viable in it, like Dragon Tail, things like that. They still are just insane, but like Fortify just helps out a lot of builds. It was something I was pushing for, a kind of change to make the non-AoE builds competitive mapping wise, and we got a change of that sort in Season 6, and I thought that was really cool. I'd like to think that some of the changes I pushed for that I think would make the game a lot better do get implemented to some degree, and there is evidence of that, which is really cool. We do see some awesome changes every season. Our community definitely keeps the game as good as it possibly can be. By the way, immunities have not been updated in Season 7, so they're the same as Season 6 so far. Unless they switch them around when Season 7 launches, and in that case, we'll have to redo the whole thing. I don't think that will happen, but you never know. We don't even know the immunities in these maps, so this is what they currently are, though. There's no known changes. They didn't appear in beta, so just keep that in mind. There's also nothing listed in the the beta patch notes, so we'll have to see. Is it worth to fortify every time? No. So this is why we have this right here. This is a column you guys can use on my list. It's one of the tools we have in the tier Season 7 PD2 late game mapping tier list and infographic. So one of the tools we have here is a fortify column. It's an X for builds that suck fortifying, just ones where fortifying just feels really bad typically. I mean, that doesn't mean you can't do it, just means it's not gonna, it's gonna be significantly worse, right? Fortify, where it's one check mark, so it doesn't really matter if you do fortify or not. It's pretty equally competent in either map type. It might be slightly more competent in one of the other types, like Chain Lightning might be a little bit better for, you know, not fortified slightly, but it's pretty similar. And then if you see a double check mark here, that means that you want to fortify if you can. That means that build is geared towards fortification, and that's what's affirming the tier. The reason the tier is the way it is because it's good at fortified maps. And so, it's, you know, that's its best scenario is fortified maps. So you really want to make sure, if you don't want the build to feel like garbage, you want to take advantage of the fact that it's good at fortifying. You know, Dragon Tail would probably only be like A+ if it weren't for fortify, right? You know, I would say so for sure. Some of these other builds would be evaluated a little bit differently. So just keep that in mind and make sure to check that on the side there. So this is the key, of course. So remember to go back to the key. Key will tell you about relative strengths, what they mean, and yeah, things of that nature. There are sizable differences between, you know, thirds of a tier, but they're not also like insane. And yeah, that's basically it, though. I mean, it's basically it. Yeah, we do a lot. There's a lot going on there. There was a bit of a readjustment. Some tiers just got readjusted down with no patch changes once again, just because other builds, there are more builds assessed to be at the highest end of the spectrum. The highest end of the spectrum got a little bit higher, and it was readjusted down to compensate. And so the distance from those top builds is better reflected in something like this, and it better gives you, I think, an idea of like what the tiers actually mean as well, in terms of like where they're at in the game, in terms of feeling effective and powerful with gear. Do you differentiate group starters from solo self-found starters? I don't, but most of these, there's a heavy bias for solo as soon as you get to these lists past the solo mapping top 10 here with the starter lineup Ubers, Dclone, and Rathma. There's a heavy bias here for solo. I don't even rate group Rathma and Dclone killers. They're probably similar, but there's probably a lot of the same, you know, usual suspects, right? You know, but at the same point though, it's pretty different. So this is all solo. You know, some of these builds are good in a group, and the Uber ones, I'm not gonna lie, some of these don't make as much sense unless you have maybe a friend with you, but they're very good at killing the Ubers, so they're there for that reason. The starters, a lot of these builds are kind of mixed in. You know, you get you know, some builds that are good at both, right? Like summoners. You get the Curse Necro, which is good in a group, right? So it's there. I don't separate them per se though. That being said, there's a heavy bias towards solo in the starter lineup. So heavy bias. In a group, you're gonna get once again a lot of the same suspects at the very top. So it's going to be same in the group, it's just going to be easier. And some of these are even better at grouping, like Summoners and Cursed Necromancers and Conviction Paladins, which is here. See this Fist of Heaven's Holy Bolt? You put Conviction on in a group, and GG. You know, that's another group build right there. It's at the top. Some of those top builds are insanely good solo and in a group, and that's why they're on top. I don't want to make another list. Yeah, another one. I think we've gotten to the point on this tier list and infographic that it's like oversaturated. It's already like max saturated. I wouldn't say oversaturated, but like max saturation. This is about as much info as I think I'll ever want to include on a edition of a Project Diablo 2 infographic. I think we've we got everything that's relevant, you know. We have immunities on the far right. We have all of the most relevant late game and starter tasks. We have overall assessments and things you can analyze from previous seasons. We have information about fortification, which is an awesome mechanic that makes more builds viable and good. I've done one thing I actually didn't mention is I did more fortified testing this season, so much more fortified testing this season than last season. I did a little bit of fortified testing last season in the closed beta, but I was actually able to test fortified on almost every build this season. So if you see any differences on the fortified besides the double check marks, like some X's turning to those, it's because we did more precise testing and we're able to give you a much more accurate picture of fortification as well in this current iteration of the tier list. So once again, everything is always getting more accurate. It's getting the assessments are more accurate, and some of these are things that are carried over from previous seasons, but still. Let's see any more questions. Assume rabies spreads on its own. Oh yeah, very fast. You don't have to do much. You just have to tag an enemy. You just have to say tag you're it, and the monster that you tag and say tag you're it, you know, just dies, and then everything around it dies like almost instantaneously. And that's been the case since last season when they massively improved the spread speed. Rabies has been rated very high for a while now, and I think it's properly rated on the top, at least for now, unless there's a change that happens literally right before the season starts, which will probably happen. Yo, Dark, can you make Teeth Necro A tier for you? No, I can't because it's insane, and even I'm starting it too. You know, I just got to be accurate, man. Arguably, it's even higher in lower tier maps. Teeth is insane because Teeth, it's kind of one of those low damage hitters, right? You know, that's why it doesn't do fortify, but it's in tier 1 maps they just get flattened by this ability. So nope, that one's gonna stay in the S tier somewhere. 100%. Open beta over. Yes, the open beta was over since last night. What's more efficient? I hesitate to start between sort, probably light arcane farm. Arcane is insane, and remember the ghosts, when they drop loot now, the loot will actually be put onto the platform, so you don't lose loot when the ghosts drop over the edge. All you have to do is zap the ghosts now with some kind of lightning ability, and GG. The ghosts have insane loot tables for charms, gems, jewels, jewelry, gems, and of course, so we're talking like high runes, like all the way up through Cham, right? And then of course, what we're also talking about, you know, Jaws, Burrs pretty frequently as well. And then the super chests drop up to low. And then the ghosts always drop loot now, no matter where you kill them. So it's instantaneous. You can just keep running from area to area to area. You don't need to gather the ghosts or anything. You can just keep zapping them. It's a super efficient area in PD2. Which really is what's holding up the lightning builds and making the lightning builds a better starters is really that area. It's really what's making that big difference for those. It's why lightning builds are even recommended starters at all. It's pretty much because of that area. Oddly enough, there's no lightning immunes, so that's why, you know, there you have it. Puzzle boxes, world stone shards, even the most rare items in the game, like Lilith's Mirror and Vial, are also more probable because there's not all the armor and weapon items in the ghost loot tables. So you can take advantage of that, and you can totally start lightning builds. The truth is even if these are listed as number 4 or number 5 approaches in some cases, it's only because they're pretty much really good in one area, but they're not far behind the top approaches in terms of currency efficiency farm, or they might even be better in some cases if you only want to focus on currency. As long as they're listed here under the starter builds or under the Uber builds or the Dclone killers, the build will have high effectiveness. That is why the build is listed. It's because it has the potential to be extremely effective. I tried to weigh things like versatility a bit higher when it came to starters because not a lot of people just want to farm versatility or ultra OP-ness, like things like Trav farming, right? You know, Barb farming on a Trav farming on a Barb is you know, it's pretty insane, right? So find item, it's busted stuff. Pretty busted stuff. But anyway, yeah, just wanted to highlight those for sure. Where's the Merc-Sorc build? Merc-Sorc build. Mercenary? Mercenary is on every build, right? I don't know what build you're looking for. A support build for just the Mercenary? For mapping? I mean, if you're only relying on the Mercenary, it's going to be pretty slow. Are you talking about like Cold Enchant, Fire Enchant? Merc support? I mean, you could do that. It's just, you're not doing any damage yourself. Why bother? That's what these builds are, right? Cold Enchant, Fire Enchant. You're supporting the Merc and you're supporting yourself. Why not do damage and have your Mercenary do damage? Why choose one or the other? I'm not sure what that build is, actually. That's kind of funny. I mean, you could. You could do that. You could do that. And since Cold Enchant and Fire Enchant are actually amazing support abilities, what's interesting is I don't have them listed here in Dungeon Buddies, but it's because I don't think they're the most prominent approaches. But what's interesting is if you combine like Enchant, I'd say that'd be like number 11 or number 12. If you combine like Sorceress Enchant with Revive or Summon approaches, you can make them really strong. I don't know if you guys know this, but they've actually had to nerf in PD2 the effectiveness of Enchant on minions because of how strong it made minions in a lot of cases for group mapping. So Enchant's very good. Yeah, and it's good for, you can boost your Mercenary, you can boost the revives from rune words. Yeah, you can do that if you want. And for solo mapping, we're not talking about like super, I guess you could say standard approaches. They're kind of memey, but for group mapping, sure, absolutely. What's the bug of Act 4 Mercenary? What do you mean? There's no bug. They're strong. The amplify damage and the Sanctuary aura from the Mercenary Act 4 Merc is insane. Well, what's interesting is you can get an Act 4 Merc very early on for negative magic res on like a Teeth Necro or like a Hammered In or something. It's probably better still to use Act 2 for a while in some of those approaches, but it's very good. Holy Bolt Pally to heal the Merc. Yeah, I mean, you can always do healing approaches. Those are better in a team, though, so those are good team approaches. I always have a problem. Like, some of the team approaches that aren't listed here are still good. Yeah, maybe at some point I'll make that like a top 15 so you can see some of the other skills that are really good for team approaches. But one thing I didn't mention there, you're right, is actually Enchant is very good as a team approach, and Faux Holy Bolt's already there. Like, Faux Holy Bolt does it all. It heals, it provides an insane amount of damage and conviction, and it's got really nice range to stay back and deal, solid damage with high density. Act 4 Mercenary is good, yeah. Yeah, it does amplify damage. It's really good particularly on the magic damage Necro or the it can be good on Druids as well because they can protect him. He's a little squishier, so even with max DR he tends to die a lot. Something I found a lot in my testing. He also doesn't always proc Amp as consistently, but he does proc it often enough to be good in a lot of builds. So it's a free source of Amp as well. And on certain builds like Fire and Physical builds, or just Physical and another element builds, that Amp plus the Conviction aura, like from an Infinity Staff, is actually pretty insane. Remember, he uses Stabs, so the new Mercenary uses Stabs, which is actually really cool. You can rely on it somewhat. It's not as reliable as like a proc like from Wrath, for instance, or your own Amp, obviously, but yeah. I wouldn't say it's probably a little more reliable than Atma's on something like a Zealer. I don't know if that gives you kind of a gauge on it. I'd say slightly more reliable than Atma's on a Zealer. So it's not bad. When would you switch to, or Atma's on like a Fury Druid or something? When would you switch to Fury? CBF and a decent weapon enough? Yeah, pretty much. And res. You gotta make sure you can tank a little bit. Maybe some DR. Remember, you can always use those awesome crafting recipes in PD2. I have a crafting command here. There's so many awesome crafting recipes for a MEF, DR, casting, leech, so many insane stats you can get from crafting on PD2. And with the buffs to rares, the crafts can probably also be just as strong. Rares and crafts are seeing a big buff this season, and so they actually have effective procs, particularly amp procs. So they might actually be competitive with things like Reapers and other cheaper options now. So yeah, definitely take a look out for those. Thank you for validating your dream. Absolutely. I don't know why people are talking about Act 4 Merc bug. I don't know. I didn't hear about a bug. Maybe there is still a bug. I don't know. There might be a bug. At any rate, you know, they're improving it. It's a new mercenary. Too bad the rares don't have cast on casting for curses. That might be too OP, honestly, and it might overtake a lot of normal items, so they probably didn't do that. And if they have more of those, it'd make Dark Pact even more broken, K-Coma, because there's already items that have chance on casting, such as the Weaken on Obsession, which is kind of neat. So you're going to want to be careful there for sure. Yeah, check out all my videos, guys. Check out all the guides. I think that's it, I guess. I think that's it. Any more questions? Any more burning questions? All right, let's all have an excellent. Yeah, safety boots are really good too, for sure. Have you tried Zeal Asylum? Yes, I have. Yes, we have. You're talking about Sanctuaries or just Zeal with Asylum? Yeah, that can be good too. Freeze in general on yourself or the mercenary is great for using Joust and jumping into the middle of monsters. It gives you some extra time. How viable is Warcry for leveling as solo? Very good, very good. You can start Double Throw or Warcry, very good starter approaches, and then once you get to Travancore, Warcry is the strongest approach with 0 gear. Just need some basic FCR Nightmare Rune Lords you can farm from Nightmare Countess. And that's that's really the crux of a starter build, is you can get to hell with basic stuff that you farmed in Nightmare maybe for a little bit, and then Nightmare Cows or Countess, and be ready to farm a lot of those top farming areas that I mentioned earlier. Yeah, anyway, I think that's it actually. I think that's it for the questions in the video, at least. I think that really goes over it quite a bit. You guys, of course, can keep asking questions later. Tomorrow, maybe when I get back on. But yeah, GG guys. This tier list is always an insane project. It is not possible. It wouldn't be possible without all the knowledge of the community, not just my own. I do have a working knowledge of like hundreds of builds in this game, but it doesn't mean that I know everything about every build. And people are always teaching me new nuances, small little ways here and there to optimize the builds. And sometimes bringing them up a third of a tier and bring them to that next level, which improves our accuracy, because then we learn more about the max power of these builds and what is capable of happening. So many builds are awesome. You guys help me out quite a bit. The devs are awesome. PD2 is awesome. I still wouldn't be playing it if they didn't update it and make it so much better every season. I really wouldn't spend all this time on it. It's an amazing version of Diablo 2. I hope everyone tries it. If you haven't, it's really easy to download and to play. It's even got its own trade website now, so you don't have to rely on real life. There's no real money transactions. It's virtually none. They can't control absolutely every instance, but it's down to less than 1% of the population. Practically doesn't affect the game. It's a lot of fun. It's crazy. It's a great experience of Diablo 2, and I hope you guys all try it. Of course, we'll have these timestamps and many more below. We have 20 new build mini guides and demos for Season 7 from the beta, with some pinned comments if there were any changes or caveats. We have lots of guides from previous seasons that are good on PD2, and other guides as well from previous seasons. And of course, remember to check me out for hardcore gameplay on PD2 at www.twitch.tv/darkhumility for typically 6 to 7 days a week of Diablo 2 action. And obviously, we'll be going hard. We'll be starting Teeth Necro when the season starts. We'll be playing hardcore. And you guys can watch that. You can watch how you play through on hardcore, how you make that determination that you're ready for mapping, like what kind of gear you need and whatnot, without dying. And there's a lot of fun stuff that goes into it. But yeah, I never let my hardcore gameplay bias anything. You know, survivability is always a very minor factor for me. I know you guys love going fast, and I love the softcore community. Hope you guys love my content as well. If anything, it's totally this whole thing is biased towards softcore for sure, a little bit. But you know, hardcore, you slap on some DR, any build, you're good to go. Anyway, GG. Yeah, Blade Dance saw a lot of changes. You know, I talk about some of those changes. You're not going to want to wear the poison gear anymore, like rabies, like Bramble, while you're actually doing Blade Dance, because it doesn't double dip. It doesn't apply to Venom twice anymore with the pre-buff and with the application of the poison damage. But it's mostly just physical damage you want to use on it. But yeah, anyway, GG guys. That's pretty much it. Project Diablo 2 Season 7. Let's get it. See you guys there.